from Loops with the well, making the spray.
There are only 4 more days remaining here for the PMPL Americas as we look to shake it all up towards the top and see not only who is going to become our champion, but who is moving on to World League with those top 8 spots. Welcome back. My name's Kyle Laris. You know me by now, and I am here as your host here to get everything broken down throughout the days as we continue. It's been exciting so far, and the final days are sure as hell going to be exciting as well. Joining me to my left-hand side to get things going, as always, I will have Seven and a new face, but maybe familiar to some of you guys out there as well. We have Degon. Degon, congratulations for joining us. It's very exciting to have you here. How are you doing, friend?
Oh yeah, it was a big accomplishment to show up on the scene. And you know, you can't close out North America without someone with a little bit of edge. And you know, following these teams for so long, I'm excited to see who our top 8 will be for all of the Americas heading into the World League.
Fantastic stuff. How about yourself, Seven? You know, the good old tried, true, and tested little duo. We're going to be sticking around for a while. How are you doing, Seven?
I'm doing great, brother. I'm just trying. I'm looking to see what this week, the final week, is gonna go ahead and give it to us because, man, there's some teams out there that are just so close to be making it, but they haven't been performing.
Yeah, definitely so. And when we look at those teams, some teams that have actually rose to the occasion here for week number 3, Cloud9 is one that really does stand out very, very nicely. Not only did they win the first day, they went on to win the second day as well here so far in terms of the points they were able to accrue. So great stuff by them. Let's move on then. Let's take a look at the format and how things actually do shape up here at the PMPL Americas, because we have 20 teams that are raring to go across the day. 16 will, of course, be playing each day, and we'll have 5 games per day as well. We are effectively 60 games or so in here, and it has been down to the wire for some of the teams. However, Degon, we have seen some of the teams at the very top set themselves apart from the rest of the competition.
All right, yeah, you know, Loop's always being right at the top, but the team that you brought up I think is so interesting in Cloud9. Every time in these major tournaments, it always seems like they like to turn it on a little late, and they gave themselves a huge mountain to climb after the first week of games, but now in this final 60 games, all teams will play 60 games, they're really starting to lead the pack here.
Yeah, you make a good point. You're talking about a big mountain that they've climbed, and he's not talking about Everest, guys. He's actually talking about the leaderboards. They've done pretty well for themselves in the past couple of days. It's been great to see. We could take a look at the highlights actually from yesterday, and we can actually take a look at how the Vikendi went down yesterday, Seven, because obviously, you know, we didn't get to see it all, but we can show you some of the moments throughout that game. So what have you got for me, Seven?
And to give credit, Temple did have a great day, but right here, we're going to go ahead and start with Miss Exodus, and I feel like we're starting to talk more about Miss Exodus now. We saw them went ahead and engage with Loops yesterday and won that fight, which was really nice, but now, here, Temple Storm, the team that pretty much, I believe, ended up winning this map, was they were just running and gunning. They were doing amazing, and they ended up with 12 kills, which is good to see, because that's another team that I feel like can be consistent, but they haven't been able to be consistent. They've been more inconsistent than consistent, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I like that one. I like that one a lot. How about yourself, Degon, looking at these highlights?
Yeah, following along with Tempo, but also Omen Elite going away in 4th place with 7 kills in this one, and Omen Elite is a team that also needs to turn it on. We talk about the big 3 in North America. You talk about Cloud9, Tempo Storm, and Omen Elite. Well, Tempo Storm seems to get their ducks in a row, and you could see with this win, they came up huge here. And Cloud9 starting to hit all cylinders as expected, but Omen Elite still struggling just a little bit here.
And we saw those final moments as well. Tempo finally managed to put the nail in the coffin of their opponents there for that Vikendi. So a good thing for them to actually get that win though, Seven. I feel like a little bit before that win in particular, they were kind of middling, not really having the best of results in some of the games before that, but then getting back on form with that Vikendi might propel them in the right direction.
Yeah, and going back a little bit more that day, I think in Sandhawk they ended up in 16th place, and then the next game after winning Vikendi, they ended up in 13th place with not that many kills either. I think it was only just 1 kill. So hopefully they'll be able to just be more consistent, because guess what? You got other teams like Wildcard that are going to be playing today. You got other teams like Pittsburgh Knights. Those teams are going to go ahead and step it up, and they can pass you on the leaderboard, and they're going to go ahead and get a bigger, pretty much slice of this prize pool that we're going to be seeing right here.
Yeah, definitely so. Everyone wants that big slice up towards the top, that $50,000 for first place. Right now, 2 teams in particular in Loops and B4 are staring that down and looking to attain it with both hands. Of course, it always teeters down to that 17th through 20th where we have 2,000 each. And then, of course, there is prize pool for the MVP as well as weekly bonus Degon. So there's every incentive to blast out every single week possible when it comes to that bonus prize pool as well.
Yeah, monetary incentive, I think, isn't just important for the players themselves, but the whole scene. You know, it brings legitimacy to the scene. It allows organizations to invest to the scene. And so this young PUBG mobile global league scene is now having the infrastructure built in, and there's monetary value behind it so that it can continue to grow, and investors can come in and orgs can come in and continue to help this esport grow. Yeah,
definitely. It's already looking pretty darn healthy with the organizations that we have so far. So any more checking things out, you can come along too for the ride. And some of the organizations representing here in our groups, we have B4, Cloud9, Tribe Gaming, and Mezexis for Group A7. And it is fair to say B4 is absolutely in the running for championship placement. It just comes down to if they can kick Loops off their perch.
Oh yeah, we've seen B4 just have some amazing days, and I wouldn't be surprised if today maybe to go ahead and kick it up a notch just to catch up Loops a little bit more, because keep in mind, those are the 2 teams right now fighting for first and second. Now, out of that group that we're seeing right there, another team that I want to go ahead and keep an eye on is Cloud9. As you mentioned earlier, they have went ahead and stepped it up. And just to give you an insight a little bit more of how much they stepped it up on the last 6 games of Erangel that we have played, Cloud9 has placed average 2nd to 3rd place. That is very consistent, considering those are 3 matches a day right there. Cloud9 taking just full advantage of Erangel.
Yeah, seems that way. And Degon, of course, when we actually kind of shifted out Miramar to having Erangel here available to us, as Seven is saying, teams like that are able to do something with it. And you're seeing those big names actually consistently perform well on Erangel.
Yeah, it's such a different strategy, those 2 different maps, and now getting an extra heaping of Erangel, the map that everyone is so comfortable with. I think you're starting to see a shift in some of the team's performances as well.
I like that, an extra heaping. I'm a big fan of that one, that analogy. We'll take a look at Group B as well. Loops, Omen Elite, Creme Royale Batiste, and Team Solid. 7, it is the front runner, it's Loops. Everyone's eyes are really on them right now, but there's still some big names in here. Omen Elite and Creme Royale Batiste play very different games, but they're doing well so far.
They are, and I believe Creme Royale Batiste is currently just 1 place ahead of Omen Elite, so those are 2 teams that we're actually going to be focused on a little bit later. And I believe, what do you got for us, Degon?
Yeah, I'm just so surprised that Loops is so stacked. In scrims, Federal had the most kills on that roster, and Federal is the player that has played the least for Loops. So he's like waiting ready to go on the bench, and you've got MVP candidates all up and down that roster.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny because obviously whenever we've checked in on that Loops stats, Federal sometimes has been lower, but as you mentioned, he's played less. So the numbers he's been able to put up are very respectable related to the amount of matches he's actually put in. Let's move on to Group C. We'll quickly breeze over this because, of course, they will not be playing today. XQ Gaming, Team Queso, Lazarus, and Charme. So they'll be sitting on the bench for now and seeing how the other groups do fare. Let's move on to Group D, as we have Wildcard, Tremcareta Ferracao, Ace One, and Grunto Esports. And Degon, for me, Wildcard started off really fiery. There's been a little bit of a slow decline, but I think they're still a team that can definitely rise back up to the challenge here.
Yeah, so Wildcard Gaming to me, in terms of this whole tournament, is like, if we're talking like horse racing, they're the lead runner. They came out of the gates sprinting, and now you're hoping to see if they have enough in the tank to hold off everyone else and be one of those top 8 teams. I think they do, but there's a lot of competition, especially even in that group. Tremcareta Ferracao is a team that is like Loops light. They're a coin flip team. They love to take fights, and sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't, and it looks looks like it's starting to turn heads for them. So hopefully they'll be able to continue to push forward as well.
Yeah, in that group, the steam train might run over the horse if it's not careful coming into that. But let's move on to Group E. We have Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Alpha 7, and Kultu 7. We have, obviously, Tempo Storm is one of those big names. We previously mentioned it. They had a little bit of a rough patch, but they're definitely a team that can kind of come out of that rough patch swinging.
Yeah, and we've seen them players perform. HH24, Tencent, those are the main players that come to mind. And Pittsburgh Knights is currently just sitting in 8th place, so they need to go ahead and have better performances. They have been consistent being able to maintain that 8th to 6th place that we've seen them go ahead and back and forth.
Yeah.
But hopefully they can go ahead and maybe rack up some wins here and some kills. We need their fraggers like Carnage go ahead and actually start getting more kills like what we saw at the beginning of the tournament. I feel like that kind of has fallen off a little bit more, so hopefully they can go ahead and pick it up here today.
Yeah, definitely. Dagon, you look like you want to talk.
Yeah, J7 has just been huge for them. J7 and Raven, both in the 60s in terms of kills.
Yeah.
You could see the change. Carnage hopping onto this roster a little bit later into the PMPL overall season, and they are another team. Front runner. Do they have enough left in the tank in terms of kills, in terms of points to stay safe?
Well, I mean, they showed yesterday that they're able to hang with teams like Loops, taking them out over towards that farm compound below the fields west of Pachinki. But anyway, here's the overall rankings as Loops is very much so in the lead right now. Despite having less chicken dinners than B4, they have been, get ready for it, 7, consistently consistent as they've got 616 points. It's been a blast by them, and to be fair, by B47 to get themselves into those 1-2 spots so comfortably right now.
Yeah, and they're the only team right now with 7 chicken dinners. I think that alone speaks volumes from them, and something to go ahead and keep in mind between 4th place and 8th place right now, even though there is some teams that have played more than others, there's about a 40-point difference. So very, very close. And I think in this final week, we're going to be seeing a lot of shifting in the leaderboard.
And here's our 11th through 20th as well. Some of the teams having a bit of a hard time. Dagon, I want to see that Ace 1 chicken dinner. I want to see it. How about yourself?
Yeah, Ace 1, they had performances in scrims, and unfortunately a lot of the way that they played was kill averse. They played placement points, they played strategy, and right now this lobby is about fragging out, and that's why you're seeing Ace 1 suffer. So if they are able to get a chicken dinner, it's going to be based off of good circle shifts, good rotations around, a lot of the bigger fishes eating each other, and then maybe finding themselves a win.
I think we've seen some of that on Vikendi. They've come that close when we've seen them playing on some of the Vikendis. Of course, though, whilst all of the PMPL is going on, the PMCO registration is now open as well, and we'd like to inform you about all of that too. So make sure to head over to the link below. I really wanted to get close to my mic there, but I couldn't because it's the little Britney mic. Anyway, make sure to check out that. Go to that link and sign up for the PMCO. The Club Open is always a fantastic time, Dagon, when we have that each time. We got with the finals of it in Berlin last year, and that was a blast. I loved the AR. That was awesome. What do you think, Dagon?
Yeah, the Club Open is so cool that it brings everybody together, and that's one of the great things about PUBG Mobile, how much they want to promote intercontinental play and making sure all the teams are at all levels are able to play against each other. It's a really cool esports infrastructure and esports pyramid that's being built right now.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Let's take a look at the schedule then for today as we back on the PMPL Americas train. It's 5 games coming at you here as we will interslice things with Erangel, just like a toaster rack, as John, I'm sure, will mock me for in a few moments' time. We have Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, Vikendi, and Erangel to round things out. So plenty of Erangel on the menu here, 7. And I think whilst we have had quite varied circles, I think there's so much tendency now in some of these towards those Gatka fields, towards kind of that west side in some of those fields, and the field endings can be deadly, but thankfully we've had a little bit of extra hills here and there to interslice that as well.
Yeah, I think one team that has been able to take advantage of just all the variety of circles that we have seen is Cloud9. I think we saw them landing in military and taking advantage when Term Corretta for Akao wasn't playing. True. So that's one team that I'm still gonna go ahead and see how they perform here, because they have played 50 games so far, and with XQ not playing today, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe if Cloud9 has the performance that we have seen from the past couple of days, they could go ahead and launch themselves to 3rd place, which would be impressive for them to go ahead ahead and to do that.
Degon, I'd love to get your thoughts on Erangel. You've been watching the tournament as it's been gone. This is your first day here. What have you taken away from Erangel so far here?
Yeah, just to add on a little note there to Seven's point, Cloud9 shifting away from Georgia Pool and shifting their drop point. Like what was happening in the first half of the tournament wasn't working. I had chat with Bayo, and Bayo was saying, we're just getting super unlucky with our drops early on in the tournament, but it must have been something different because now they're starting to shift a little bit and have a little bit more variety. A lot of these teams are like, this is our spot. No one else will drop, no one else will contest. Now it's time to change it up because you only got 10 games left if you're Cloud9 to make sure you can solidify your spot, and nobody's safe. Nobody's safe because everyone has the possibility of hopping on in and bumping somebody else out.
Absolutely. Damn, Degon, I'm liking your insights. This is good stuff. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to get you back towards the end of the game as we banish them into the nether once again, and we bring on our commentating duo. For now, it's going to be John as well as Xander. John, you want to make fun of me for my interslicing? What do you want to do?
I could do. I'll figure it out. I'm sure. You know, we'll see how the game goes and see if there's any time to slip that one in.
Yeah, fair. How are you doing, Xander?
Yeah, I'm good. It's boiling hot here in the UK, but I have a fan, so all is okay. I'm feeling just a nice little breeze coming my way. Yeah. All is good right now. I'm feeling nice.
Oh, I'm your fan, Xander, as well. All right, and you too, John. All right.
You too, John. Unfortunately.
You too, John.
Oh, what a charmer.
Yeah, you too. I should change that around. Like, you too, John. You're his fan as well. But anyway, I'm gone.
It's true. What can I say?
Enjoy, boys. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kalaris. We are going to be heading into game number 1, the first game of the day, and it's always going to be Erangel the first to take flight, and once more the teams will take to the skies. I feel bad. I said goodbye to Kalaris, but we'll see him again later. But we are now saying hello to all the teams returning to us for day number 13. We're getting close to the end now, John. So we've got a few teams that are sitting out. We've got X-Quest Gaming, for example, who are no longer in the lobby. We've also got a couple of other teams here, but I'm excited to see what happens today. B4 is a team that I want to keep my eye on, John, because we've seen them do fairly well. The unfortunate thing is that they're starting to slow it down slightly. I mean, you say slow it down. They're on an 11.6 average at this stage. Slowing down might not even be enough to stop them. But if they want to sit in that top spot instead of just going for that qualifying zone, then yeah, they are going to have to step it up again. I do think that, but this is what I'm talking about, is that towards the, I mean, day 7, day 10, like they were a staple towards the top, and it felt like no one was going to surpass them. And now everyone's starting to catch up, and they're starting to feel the hot breaths of these teams at the back of their necks. It's a bit of an issue. Wildcard Gaming towards Severny side is their usual spot. I think we saw a couple of teams actually try and take up residence there. Tremkreta down to Sosnovka. This is what Cloud9 took advantage of. Now they're back up to Georgia Pool. They can't continue to kind of battle it out with Trem down in Sosnovka. So you are seeing things shake up once again. And I do really like the point that Degon made on the desk there, which is that, yes, there's only 10 games left. At some point, we have to start switching things up, making some different choices. And we can see that in, for instance, Omen, who are now taking the river split. Interesting decision from them. They are just to the west of Rozhok, as you say, on that river split. And the circle dead center of the map here, Blank. It's really just going to allow everyone to have plenty of time, which is good. I like that. I like having a lot of time for teams to figure out that strategy, or not necessarily figure it out, because most of these teams will already have their strategy in place, but to get settled in their locations. Yeah, and it gives them a lot of time to really think about where they want to go. Omen, I think this is not the worst thing in the world for them, because I'm sure they know this spot very well too, considering the fact that pretty much every game from Milta they've had to make a great pilgrimage. I don't think there's been a single game where I saw Omen and went, well, Omen have been there since the beginning and the circle's kind of moved to them. We've seen that with teams like Tempo and Pachinki. They didn't really have to move very often. Alpha 7 towards Yasnaya. But Omen, they seem to be always sprinting, always running, and you feel bad at some point. But here, it feels like finally I get to say Omen haven't had to move too much and they'll still be in the circle. That remains to be seen whether they get taken out by another team, but I imagine with the, I wouldn't say luck, but the position they're afforded right now, they want to play it safe, try and get those placement points. And it's the Vibe Masters themselves, Wildcard,
Vibe Masters, yeah.
up in Severny. This is where they've dropped pretty much every single game they've played, and they made it work for them, to be fair. They've had some corkers of performances. Even when we've seen military shifts, they've still had some decent rotations. And that's afforded to them by the fact that they can just push in from the outside. They know that they are going to be at the back of those rotations. I mean, unless Crim Real Betis take to the Seven Seas and, you know, sail around to the Severny shorelines. And try and backstab them that way, has happened on Sandhawk a few times, and B4 found out about that one. But for now, like, they're just able to move down south, and they can clear these buildings by process and making sure that it's all by the book.
Exactly, and I think that's the main thing about that rotation, is that from this point onwards, they're already at the coast. They can guarantee that there is no team behind them. So moving downwards, all they have to do is just clear their angles, get through the forest, make their way to the river, scout out that way, and they have just so many options available to them. I do love it. You call them the Vibe Master. I think they're the Vibe Master of the cool vibes. They're keeping it calm, keeping it collected as they move in. They have a grand old time. But I want to see more of that fragging power that we saw from Acer and the team towards like day 9 and day 11, right? Where we literally saw them bombard Cloud9 with about 8 grenades, and it just felt very fierce. But it's almost felt a little bit like, I wouldn't say lackluster, but I would say a little bit quieter from them recently. And I think that they're not in the most solid of positions. I think that they can extend that lead a little bit further.
If they're able to get a couple more points on board. They're currently sat in 7th with 45 games played, so they are down a set of 5.
Yeah.
And they are on a 10.7 average with a total of... actually, I don't have the totals. That's annoying. But a 10.7 average nonetheless, which is going to see them in the top 8 currently when it comes to those averages, which is really what you're looking at as the metric to see who is wanting to move forwards.
Yeah, but it's starting to become a bit of a wobbly spot. Let's say that, it's because, like you said, they have that advantage of the fact that they're 5 games down, so they still have a lot more room to catch up, to make the jumps over the hurdles. But again, you want to be in a more solid position, because it gives you a little bit of calm as well. Because when you go into these games, you've got to remember that these guys are playing versus the best. And there's an immense amount of pressure that are on these teams. So if you've also got that pressure on top of the fact that we're in 7th, we are 2 places away from not going to World League after all this time and effort we put in, you're feeling a little bit worried. So I want to continue to see that calm nature from Wildcard going forward. Pittsburgh Knights on our screens at the time being. I think they were talking about the desk there. I mean, Carnage come to the team. They created more, I would say they're more coordinated now. And I think that we have seen just a few moments, few rays of like, wow, this could be a very, very good team, especially towards the beginning of the tournament jump.
Yeah, although he has had his missteps. We saw a couple of nade fumbles coming through, you know, overcooking, just not expecting people to push and being caught unawares. So
yeah.
It's perhaps, you know, he's not quite fully integrated with the team just yet. It's difficult to adopt a new player into your roster, especially a player like Carnage, who is an incredibly strong player. Like, you have to adapt around that, and you have to know how he's going to play and what he wants to do as the rest of your squad, because there's only so much you can communicate. And if you're just on that level, there are some times where you can absolutely pop off, but he has been caught unawares a few times. We'll see if he can keep his wits about him.
Cloud9, still over in hospital, so they've been looting for quite a while now. They know they don't have to move too quickly. They've got a great position to scout over the top of Everest. There are a few teams that are creating a bit of a blockade at the moment in terms of Omen, the Pittsburgh Knights, as well as Tempo, but they'll be fine moving into the circle. And 2 days on the trot, John, with first place in terms of scorings, that is a crazy turnaround from the beginning of the tournament. And they were talking about this on the desk, and I feel like I have to touch on it here just because it feels like they've not, I don't want to say cruised, but it does feel that way a little bit towards the beginning of the tournament, and then suddenly they shift into 5th gear, and now things are getting very, very dangerous when you come near them. We've got Trem Kareta trying across the bridge versus Grunto. Ran here versus Vitu. Vitu definitely jumping out of that vehicle, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find one at least, but the rest of Trem, they still haven't crossed yet. However, that's Grunto's position's given up, and they can take the pitched battle. See if they're able to get across or if they're going to think better of it. I think they are. Yeah, look at that. They are just sending away. They're going to figure out something else. Maybe even go all the way to the west bridge. Oh, the east bridge, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, West Bridge, if you can take control of it, I've said it time and time and again on these casts, is that it is incredibly strong position just because on the Eastern Bridge, we sort of Omen, you can only really hold one side of the ditch, and it's not the most defensive position, whereas on the Western side, you've got the gas station, you've got the lighthouse, you've also got a nice cliff side to play around. So every single position not only affords you great sight lines on the players crossing, but it also affords you the key thing in this game, which is protection.
Speaking about sightlines, Tribe are going to be flanking onto Mazexis, who are already engaged in a fight with Tempo. And look at this. This is the aggression that we talk about Tribe for. They are pushing straight up onto it. They smell blood in the water, and they know that they can't push over this ridgeline. They are protected from Tempo as well. This is the perfect fight for them. Nades should be flying over here, but
yeah,
for now, Tribe aren't quite landing them. There they come in. Memo able to knock two, and now just Gamma left. As King A, he's going to clean a few up. Gamma tries to pop over the top, but he gives his position away. Seagut flanks around the outside, and he's trapped him in the marshmallow smoke. We'll be able to flush it down, and Mazexis get eliminated by Tribe.
And this is instant, and this is a complete change. This is what I like to see, is they took that fight, they found 3 players, and now they're going to retreat. They don't need to press the advantage here or press the situation. They can leave, regroup, and reevaluate. I love this so much. This is so very different to what we saw yesterday from this team, where it felt like they had a really good start. They were picking those fights well, and then suddenly they were just a little bit far too in. This time, they've retreated, and they're reconsidering the situation, which I love to see so much. Sure, they have a good spot here, considering they come down from Rozhok, go over the hill, get some good scouting. Now they have strong position just outside of Pachinki.
Mazexis were in a really unfortunate spot there, and they were caught at the front by Tempo Storm, who were pinning them down. But now Tempo, they're on the warpath as well. They've found Pittsburgh Knights. Carnage has his nade out, but he's not going to get pushed. I was worried there for a second, Blank, but he's managed to pull the pieces together. They're flying both ways and trying to zone out both of these teams. I don't think they want too much to do with this fight, certainly not this early on. Either side of the hill, I don't know if they can coexist here though, Blank.
I mean, the Tempo know they have to clear this side of the hill if they want to remain protected in Pachinki, because they know that Loops, Omen, well, they don't know Omen, but they know Wildcard for sure is going to come down this way. So this is the hill they have to protect from, because at most they're going to have to deal with Pittsburgh Knights only because they loot in Gatka.
Oh no, J7 able to take down Rain on Tempo Storm. Spec tries for the drop shot, but not quite able to finish it on to Raven. Mike Rosie still in hand as 2 of them get knocked. H is on the warpath now. Retribution is what he's out for. Tensor as well around the side. Heal popped off by Raven. Pushes in again with the Mike Rosie. Looking for that reload. Gets spotted out as he hits the floor. Tempo Storm come back. The duo, Tensor and H, these guys are nuts, Black.
Absolutely crazy. Unfortunate reload there. I think he had 17 bullets still in the mag. I think if he just had some discipline on the reload, maybe that would have worked out better. But Cloud9 coming in for the third party here could get a lot of points, and Tempo know they have to leave. They don't really have enough time for this.
Oh dear, Cloud9 bringing the thunder to the storm, unfortunately, as they're trying to send away in the UAS, but too little too late, unfortunately. Tempo Storm eliminated.
Perfectly executed from Cloud9. Now we've got Ace1 versus Alpha 7 towards the bottom of the coast. Ace1, they're definitely the coast travelers. They don't really go anywhere else other than here. Meatek just trying to run away as fast as possible. I've never seen someone drive so fast in a vehicle before. That was lightning.
Oh, he's got the orb. Not quite able to land the shot there. Meatek, oh, pops it on 2 wheels, but solidifies it back onto 4. Alpha 7, though, they rotate into B4, and Lukatas goes down. Only 2 players now remaining, Blank, for Alpha 7. They're having one hell of a time.
What is going on here? Feels like everyone thinks this coast side is the place to be right now. They saw the loot drop go over this side, so they're maybe presuming that the circle is going to come over here very shortly too. But we'll get the next circle. We'll see if all these teams are correct. But you got Slicky here, Ace1 there. Slicky going down. Our Aces having to pick up the pieces.
Oh, he's going to trade it. Paralyzed does fall, but there's still the oversight, and Spring is going to get knocked as well. Wildcard! Just roll up and die. There's being wiped by Ace1, and okay, they're starting off well. 4 kills found.
Hapjar there, just excellent from him.
Shift.
to make it happen. Here's a shift down to the coast. Ooh, that's still got that nasty little compound on the southern side, though, that Luke's were able to hold. And we'll see if they go there again, or if they just consider, maybe we should just hold on the north side. But, wow, that is pretty gross for a Circle 3. And that really is the battle of the coast.
Absolutely. Creme Real Betis not even near the shoreline uncharacteristically, but they are all the way northeast, just to the southeast of School. Kultu pushing in from the north side, but what I'm looking at is this Omen tribe rotation blank on the western side. They've both have to move down from similar locations.
Well, Team Queso's not in today, so they can be sure that Grunto has probably already moved in, and they will have free control of Ferry Pier. So, not a bad decision whatsoever. Loops will be holding on the edge, though, and trying to gatekeep these teams. I think Tribe's currently in one vehicle, so not the most ideal position for them. Grunto, though, still in the game. They're holding on the coast. They didn't have to deal with Team Queso early. They got that nice little flank onto Trem, so Trem weren't able to cross. Currently, they're trapped on the other side. B4 might even rotate onto the eastern bridge, up and round, onto Sosnovka Island. That is interesting.
All right, they already have their scouts in Pedro already on the southern island, so they're not going to stay there, it seems. Loops, though, they're getting rolled up. Tribe, they crash straight into the compound. Aggression, let's go, but two of them do get knocked. Carrillo around the sidelines as the nades do start to fly. Two players get knocked, one gets confirmed. That's Sam, top fragger for Tribe right now.
Omen, though.
Omen coming in as well, you're right, Blank. They're right on the sidelines, and they could pincer it. If Tribe don't finish this fight fast enough, they could be in for a shocker. Seagut has already been downed. Memo and King A trying to control these sightlines. Carrillo will fall, as he does get confirmed, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get Seagut up as King A falls as well. Memo into the buggy, wants to get out of there, but there's a back right tire out.
Yeah, Omen, they were considering whether just leaving this, but they saw a couple of players down. They're like, this is 3 points for us. There's Loops members on the floor, there's Tribe members on the floor. Memo's just had to leave, and this has not worked out well, but pretty much Tribe were Omen's battering ram.
Oh, both tires get knocked, and Memo just makes it to a rock. Will be able to get some respite, but unfortunately they know exactly where he is. Do Omen roll this down? Okay, they get spotted.
Oh, Q takes him out. Oh, dear me. Tribe and Loops got picked apart there. And, you know, Tribe, the idea behind that push is absolutely fine, because why do you expect Omen to be here? It's the first time they played that river split. They were not expecting another team to be there behind them. And Omen just get the drop on them. So really well played to Omen here to basically understand that situation. They probably don't know we're in a position to third party. Darden, though, still alive. Cloud9 moving their way into circles. They've still got 4 members. Ace 1, though, they still control the coastal side, but they will have to come out of this area. And for B4, things shift away from them. The gamble does not pay off.
They can still, Ace 1 can still hold that cliff face, though. I mean, they can just move out to the west and still try and stay on that headland and spot players as they try and cross. And in fact, if they look behind them, they might even spot out B4. The question is, do they have their wits about them? Creme Real Betis on your screens now as the last duo for Alpha 7 playing heavily split. Abdul is basically alone here. Midtech is all the way out to the west between Cloud9 and Kultu.
Wasn't this the exact same thing we saw yesterday, though, on Erangel Day 1 with Abdul just in the grass all the way to the end to get that second place? I would imagine that Ace 1 would see B4, considering we saw Mixera actually launch it off the side of the cliff in a vehicle. That's pretty hard to miss on my screen. Creme Real Betis, we've got Unikerdu here, also hiding from his own teammates. But Mitek still along the way, can be a little bit of the lone soldier to kind of spoil things for them. Cloud9 central circle for them, and Kultu, this seems to be a team that keeps cropping up now and again and causing problems for some of the heavy hitters in the lobby.
They drop across, and they have managed to find some boats. Ace 1 have spotted them out, however. A lot of damage found. Wow, onto Capial. But he will be able to escape with it. B4 have yet to scale this cliff face, and Ace 1 do control it pretty heavily, Blank.
They do. Paolo onto Nitsu there, and B4 just trying to make their way around, but it's Kinabala from the top side. Levi goes down, and it's Mixera very shortly to come afterwards.
It's a killing field, unfortunately. There's nothing you can do there. You're laid bare on the cliff face, and unless Ace 1 pull a Russell and jump off, I don't think they're going to lose that one.
No, I mean, B4, I don't know what to say. I feel like the eastern rotation over the bridge was an interesting one. It could have been the rotation of the ages if the circle did shift to the south, and maybe that's what they thought. Look, there's no way we are getting ourselves into the circle on the eastern side. Let's take a risk.
Trem, Careta, Furacao are going to be caught unawares, but Omen Elite locked into the fight now. 2 players down for both squads, but Swagwin is the last player standing for Trem Careta, as he is going to get behind one of those rocks, take some shots over towards Angry, actually getting a knock. So I think that's now 1 player left standing for Omen Elite. No, they did manage to get that res off, so they will be back up to 2, but still, it's risky business.
Swagwin's very smart. I mean, this is the guy that was playing extremely well on Trem Careta Facao, and now, unfortunately, does go down finally. Omen putting a stop to that one. Nico along the way. We'll try and pick him up, and Omen still have all 4 members. Juicy's going to have to be on medical support for all these players.
Zute gets finished off by the play zone. As Omen Elite now down to 3 players. They'll be able to get the reses off, and next circle will come in. It will dictate where they have to shift. It's going to go pretty central here. Ace 1 will have to leave and actually push towards Team Solid. The question is, do they stick on the cliff face, or do they try and cross some open ground to get some more cover? Grunto are right across the way, and they'll be competing for a similar spot.
We've got Q going out pretty much immediately, trying to find a spot for the rest of the team, locate something. They'll be calling for the rest of them to come through. Cloud9, though, it felt like a bit of a snowball on the side of a snowy mountain, and they have just picked up momentum, and now they're kind of like a meteor flying down this hill at this point. They're all the way into the circle, 2 days on the trot. Week 3 has been the week for them, John.
They've certainly made an impact, and I think everyone else is finding out about it in all too brutal a fashion for them. Ace 1, the benefit of having this cover is that your vehicles are undestroyed for so long, and we're now into Circle 5, and they have a full rotation available to them, and it looks like they are going to go for it now. The question is, where do they go? And it's going to be straight towards Team Solid for the crash. 1 player on the flank, and he's isolated, tries to pop out the door, but they're more preoccupied with clearing the rest of the building. Proza, isolated from the squad, pops a nade, but he gets spotted out, and they can just pick up 1 frag easily. The question is, how many more can they manage?
Team Solid still over this side. Omen did crash into Cloud9, and Cloud9 had to deal with a knock of their own coming from Grunto onto Uneven, so a little bit of a difficult situation. Let's see if they are able to take Omen Elite out in the end. It looks like they are firing onto them pretty big time, but it's Cromwell Bettis to drop into here, now fighting against Ace 1 as well as Team Solid.
We're tripling up on the compound. Team Solid not really offering much resistance to entry here, but Ace 1 gonna steadfast a little bit better. Nitsu goes down to a nade. Unico Edu is healing up Escanor, taking heavy bombardments here, as are their vehicles. It's going to make it tricky to get away. Cloud9 are taking a fight across the way with, well, not just too many more people. Just Angry, I think, from Omen Elite, and he is going to fall, so they are going to get eliminated. Alpha 7 nearby with their last remaining player, by the way. But for now, Ace 1, they've got themselves a good spot.
They do. Alpha 7 got a player on either side of the map here, just making sure for any circle that comes their way, they've got insurance. They've got insurance ahead of them. Cult2, though, own pretty much the entirety of the north side on the hill, but it looks like there's a few eyes currently on them. And Team Solid, they've got the 2nd floor, but it's right on the edge of the circle. You imagine they have to move. And you also have a little tricky situation here with the road that cuts this circle in half, makes it a little bit difficult to cross. But yeah, this is what we're talking about before. Cult2 have got a nice little spot, so we'll see where the circle goes. And if Cult2, it still favors them.
It's going to pop in just a moment. Hang on a minute.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't favor Cult2.
No.
And incredibly favors Grunto here, Black. The cliff face is still in the circle. They can just bunker down at this stage.
Yeah, and then Cloud9 are going to have to creep their way down here, but you imagine that Sixless, Sana, Ran are all going to be watching out towards either side here, because all they have to watch now, because the circle is such a hard shift, they have a pretty much a 90-degree zone behind them that they don't have to worry about. So it's just a cone ahead of them that have to worry about the left and the right. That's it. Grunto should win this game. But all things considered, they should win this game.
Yeah, the question is, will people get close enough? Because as soon as you get close, grenades, Blank. Grenades fly your way and you're trapped between explosions and a long fall with a short stop at the end of it. PMPL Betis, though, trying to put a quick stop to Ace One's hold here. They go for the push, will find one knock. They try to trade it out. Mike Ruzi will get reloaded. The weapon swap is in as Nitsu holds down the angle, but Unico Edo is soon to fall. Ace, they're taking heavy punishment. PMPL Betis looking to come in on this one, but Unico Edu trying to take another fight as well with Grunto as they try and leave. Ace One going very, very low, but PMPL Betis not doing much better. Down to 2 as well.
It's a huge fight that's just breaking out at the moment. Ace One, they've got a player on the stairs there, just trying to provide support. Paralyzed, he's versus 2. Wants to go for the kill point, but Escanor makes his way in. Does not have time to res his buddy, I'm telling you that now.
They're going to have to get towards the next zone, and this is where Grunto can start to control the ground. Cloud9, they are still going, all 4 of them still alive. They are up to 7 kills now, Blank, and actually they pinched only 2 of that, 827 damage at this stage. We'll see if they're able to survive into Grunto's killing field.
Moving up towards the smoke train here. Nades thrown out here, just trying to find a couple of knocks. Soften up the teams on that side of the map, but Pyra's taking shots from Grunto once again. It's Sixless there with the DP. And now Cult2, they've about made their way down, but they're heavily limited on utils.
5 teams remain as Team Solid get eliminated. Cult2, they made that shift, as you say, Blank, but at what cost? They have given so much information. Everybody knows where they are. They're exposed to every single angle. And Grunto, they're praising their lucky stars right now. 6 kills found so far.
I'm telling you, the only way that you can really hope to try and win this game with the moment versus Grunto is to wait for the next circle. The next circle has to pop, and you have to find some kind of hold inside of this zone. Cloud9 have got a slight advantage here because they still have vehicles to play around with. They're throwing nades in towards Cult2. Now they're removed. They've got a little bit more of open ground to play around with. Escanor still in the game. 3 teams remaining. It's Escanor by himself. Grunto, Cloud9 down to 3.
Ooh, yeah, Ada takes a knock. And Grunto, they're going to be sitting pretty here. They haven't really taken too much damage. They are going to be super supplied on those meds. You can see Q even managing to get the resupply from the airdrop. And with that control, they might just be able to leapfrog into the next zone. However, it will not be easy. Cloud9, we know what these guys can do. Yeah,
Rand's got a couple of trees here. I'll also get the free compound, essentially, or the defilade in terms of the vehicle should he explode that. So Cloud9 are such a tough road ahead of them. I think they have still 1 vehicle. Few meds on board still, so they can extend this fight for a little longer, but Grunto want to hold down this really strong position for as long as possible on the coast side. Cloud9 know they want to do that, so they're just trying to sit pretty for as long as possible, but a 3v4 fight, it's hard, but now it's a 3v3. Beowulf picks up the first one, now looks towards Ram, but he is behind that vehicle still, so he's slightly protected. They should be able to get this res, John.
Snaking his way across. You're right, they'll get the res, but that's the first inch of damage we found. A nade sent out wide towards Escanor. Just falls a little bit short, but they know where he is. Plenty of loot for him to pick up, and he'll have the meds. He'll have a little bit of, hopefully, some luck into this next circle for PMPL Betis. Pyra seems to be waiting for him to move on forwards, but he's going to have to make that crawl across the no man's land presented to them. Sixless gets spotted atop the headland rock. And he has to drop down, but he spots Beowulf as well. Q hits the deck after taking a lot of damage, going very, very low, not quite able to get the knock.
Yeah, Q just about alive there, but Cloud9 is Pyra flying in. I'm kind of unsure about that play, maybe trying to get towards the loot crate, but now effectively just 2 on side. Escanor will pick up the kill onto Pyra, now trying to fire out towards Cloud9 to get the 2nd place. But they quickly put a stop to that one, and now it's a 2v4. It's really starting to get quite difficult, but Ada finds another knock onto Sixless. Cloud9, they are fighting.
They are not going to go out quietly. They have 10 kills already, Blank. The open ground is where they dominated. They dominate. They did it yesterday in Erangel. They're doing it today on the shoreline. Even when the zone doesn't move their way, they are still going to fight tooth and nail.
Finally, a little bit of respite for them, and Grunto will have to leave the small amounts of compounds they've created for themselves. Beowulf has moved up. You can see how low all the players on Grunto currently are. The smokes are in full effect, trying to change the field, but there's Q going down once again. Beowulf, he must have knocked this man about 5 times. Why won't you die?
tickles a couple more shots his way as well. Make sure that the time pressure is on for Q, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get this res. He's making his way forwards, using the smokes being thrown out. It's a great effect as Q gets confirmed, but Beowulf gets knocked in response. Just Ada now, no way they can get this one back up as they finish off Beo. 1 versus 3. It's Ada versus Grunto. 3 players stand, and he has a hill to climb, but he's into the next zone. Ran doesn't know where he is. He's going for the shots, but it's really not going to be easy for him. Will he be able to find it, or will Grunto spot him out first? He's snaking into the grass. He goes for the spray down, looking for the knocks, but it's not to be. Grunto take the chicken dinner from the shoreline. It goes their way.
Fantastic patience from Grunto though, to make that one work. You almost felt in your heart of hearts though that Cloud9 maybe could have made that happen. As soon as Beowulf went down though, it was all over. Look at this guy, 7 kills. I mean, he had 10 kills one game yesterday. Just ridiculous. But Grunto, fantastic patience. The circle moved away for them, but they knew they had such a good spot, so they sent Ran out to take control of the 2 trees that were pretty much the only parts of covering the zone, and then continued to fire from the crest of that rock. It was very, very smart, very well played.
Yeah, not only that, but they had Q as well send for the airdrop, which means they had 2 areas in that circle cordoned off, and that really, really paid out well for them. It looked a little bit ropey when they had 2 people on their knees, but they were able to stand up tall, and we'll see if Kalaris, we got one stander in the studio as well, standing by.
Any standard?
Any standers in the studio? Yeah, there is one. Of course, yeah. Grunto getting themselves the win. A bit fortunate with the circles, looking at that, Xander, but as you mentioned, Q moving to where he was. Offensive smokes as well to kind of blind out C9's position, I think were really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. You've read my mind today. I mean, the 2 smokes they threw, it was good because Beo was pretty much split off from Ada. They couldn't work together after that point.
Yeah, very nice. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. I'll get you for Sandhawk in a bit as we go over to Seven and Degon to break down what we saw here in this game. Very central circle, actually. Even more central than anything we've really seen before here so far, Seven. But Grunto getting themselves the win. Brilliant to see them getting another chicken donut under their belt.
Yeah, and it's something that we just seen a spark out of them, especially the week 2 and then here now coming into week 3. They have stepped it up. I think that they're now starting to become like a top 5 team. And something to just mention about Cloud9, something that Degon was actually talking about earlier and I was talking about, is that they are so good at adjusting on when their playing path is. They decided to go ahead and land South George this time, just depending on the playing path, when we seen them also landing military. So great to see teams just adjusting to whatever their playing path is. I think that's huge.
30 points coming in for Grunto up towards the top here as Cloud9 get themselves 11 kills on the board, and actually just big kills all around here for Criminal Batiste and Ace, who managed to scramble together some big points as well. Degon, what do you make of the leaderboard?
Yeah, you know, you called for it. You're like, an ace game. Maybe that ace win. This was their best opportunity to do so, and they made a lot out of it. They got stuck in a couple of those longer farm compounds and weren't quite able to capitalize. I think it was Paralyzed, the final member, that fell to a gunfight. But Ace getting some much-needed points. But I think the biggest gain here has to be from Creme Royale Batiste. They are the team that is on the cusp, currently sitting in 11th, in striking distance of that top 8 spot. To get themselves that many points and survive that long, steal one more kill point away at the very end, I think bodes well for them.
Yeah, I think they can do it. I think they can. Here's our 9th through 16th as well. Tempo Storm with the 6 points. They're after getting themselves 5 kills, but unfortunately for them, will fall out pretty early. So Seven, looking at this game, we can take a quick cheeky look at how Grunto's damage and numbers were able to stack up as well here. A favorable circle will net them here 2,000 damage done or so. 2020, not bad. With 10 kills
Terrible
and
year, by the way.
10 knocks. Weird year. Let's move on. Seven, what do you make of it?
And something that we actually saw there from Grunto at the start is that they were pretty much camping that west bridge, and they were able to actually get one player from Trim Coretta. And that's the second time or the third time that I've seen them actually do that a couple times. So it's good that that's working out for them. Now, I know Grunto did take a win, but just going a little bit of what Degon was saying in regards to Creme Royale Betis, they have stepped it up, not only in placing. I know one of the big feedbacks that I was always giving them was that they weren't able to get the kills. They needed to go ahead and start racking up the kills. They were like a 3 to a 5 kill team. with some high placing. But now 8 kills. This is the second time I think I've seen them get a little bit of higher kills past 5, and this is good. This is probably going to go ahead and launch them up that leaderboard.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here. Whilst we kind of muse on that a little bit more here, Digon, because obviously we've seen Kramer or Batiste go for wide rotations or anything like that, but if they can fit the pieces together for the other aspects of the game, they could be playing out of their minds at this point.
Yeah, and that's Creme Real Betis in a nutshell. They are, you said consistently consistent earlier. They are consistently inconsistent. That's why they're right in the middle of the pack, because they're able to have some of those bigger performances, and sometimes they fall off, and it's really putting the pieces together here with only 10 games left for most of these squads. A lot of this highlight, though, lots of easy gunfights and fair gunfights, I would say, because you said it was centralized circle. There wasn't major shifts that forced a lot of teams in.
Yeah.
So other than, unfortunately, Wildcard crashing on in there and getting destroyed, it felt like teams had an idea where other teams were, and it was really up to the guns to decide who won the first game of the day.
And of course, we saw Ace there. We were making a point of them before, as they had a pretty decent spot, pretty decent kills early. I actually just realized they had an Orm during all of this. So, you know, that's a big boy gun, as one of my friends likes to say, 7. So that can make a bit of difference sometimes.
Oh, it can definitely make a difference. And right there, the height advantage that they had over B4, they took full, they pretty much grabbed that and just went with it. They were able to destroy B4, and I think that was huge for them, just being able to go ahead and get more kills. And I think some of these teams, for example, Ace 1, Miss X, is Team Solid, teams that are towards the bottom. I've been saying it over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing them challenge more teams just to try to get more kills and try to make a name for themselves even more. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing those teams more often.
Is that some Orm damage I see? 1963, Ace 1 here, really doing a number on some of this lobby, even though they got themselves not exactly the best of placements. Still plenty of kills coming in here, and Cloud9 will take that second spot with the 11 kills as they're able to top the kill boards here to start things off, Digon.
Yeah, and I think the thing that really jumps out to me is that 962 for Tribe. Tribe had the early kills there. I think they had the first team wipe. They had 3 kills, so it's like, nice, 3 points. Tribe, they're gonna have a big round. Unfortunately, that was all they basically got. They dished out a lot of damage, but they weren't able to cash in on the damage that they were dishing earlier. And Tribe's one of those squads fighting for position, trying to solidify their spot. They need to be able to be clinical in terms of their kills, right? It's great that you're landing shots, but make sure you're picking up the points. That's more important.
Pretty even numbers coming in here for Omen Elite as well, with 6 kills and about 650 damage here, 7. And overall, they're a team that, you know, alongside Zute, they've definitely stepped up. I don't think they've done a Cloud9 step up that we've seen, which has been rampant for these past 2 days, and now into this game as well. But Omen definitely stepped up.
Oh yeah, and you can kind of see it in the numbers. Going back from week 1, I was just trying to average out how much points per game they were getting. And in week 1, they were getting about 42 points. And in week 2, they went up to 45.5 points. So they're definitely a step up there. Now this week 3 so far, even though they need to go ahead and be that team that pushes up even more, they have fallen down to like a 39 point something average per game. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. And in the last game, they ended up rushing into Cloud9, and Cloud9 was just set up for it. They were waiting for a team to come through, and it was just easy kills there for Cloud9. So hopefully here coming up with Omen, we can see more out of them. I want to go ahead and see more out of Angry as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the analysis highlights then and see what you guys have selected for me. Digon, why don't you... is it yours, Digon, or is it 7's?
I'll start it here with Tempo just going up against PK, and this was actually a longer fight than we're going to be able to show you here, but they were trying to figure out how they were going to go ahead and approach each other. We saw some knocks there from Tempo, we saw some knocks there from Jagger, and something that we're going to be able to point out here is that Raven now going to go ahead and start getting pushed by HH24, which is going to go ahead and force a different angle, and meanwhile Tense is right there just waiting for him, and Digon, as you can tell in the background, C9 is just coming in.
Oh yeah, and the reason why, you know, that gunfight, people might be like, that's them fighting on a hill. Why is this important? The importance is in the standings of these two teams. Pittsburgh Knights currently sitting in that final 8th place spot, 46 games played, as well as Tempo Storm, 46 games played, but Tempo in a much better form. So that was such a impactful fight so early on in the game. And then Cloud9, as they do, Beowulf leading the way and using his body after trading out to get the information, pass it along to Uneven, to Adder to clean things up, and that led to Cloud9 getting such a high placement all the way up into second place. And that's the Cloud9 that I think we're so used to seeing. Early on, it was Beowulf on his lonesome getting picked, and then his team not being able to trade out the kills and get the points. But now Cloud9, Beowulf is able to trade one out, and his team's able to capitalize as they've done throughout the history of that organization.
Sure. I think there's two cool things that I liked whilst we take a look at the overall rankings as well, as they've shaped up. Cloud9 third-partying that very swiftly on 7 was cool to see, because they knew that fight was going on because of the sound. And then Adder blocking as he came in, of course, as Degon's mentioning, Beowulf was getting information, but Adder stepped in front of him just in case there was any attempt at a thirst onto it, and then actually shooting. That's awesome. But here we are. We have the live reaction. The stats coming in as Loop still up towards the top here with quite the cushion. Likewise, B4 has a pretty decent cushion as well. Cloud9 in 4th place. And Creme Real Betis now makes it onto the first page here, 7, as they are looking to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and we've seen that Creme Real Betis just climbing the ranks. I think one team that just comes in comparison was Omen Elite, as we're seeing them in 12th place. One time Omen Elite was in 10th place, very close to being in this top 8, but they just haven't been consistent as we would like to see. But Creme just taking full advantage of it. And Trem Correct for Rakao, that's another team. It's so close, honestly, between all these teams on who's going to make it in top 8, that there's so many good storylines to go along with. And Grunto, you got to go ahead and give Grunto some props there, because now that's their 3rd chicken dinner, and that's actually going to go ahead and push them up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I feel like maybe for that last world spot, Degon, when you're looking in 8th place, I feel like Omen Elite, Trem Careta, Creme Real Betis, these teams are the ones that are really kind of vying to try and get up there, because below that, there's quite a gap in terms of the points. So the teams below that will have to make up a lot of room.
Yeah, and one of the scary parts, because we spent a lot of time giving some props to Ace, giving props to Grunto to getting a win, but you got to take a look at the teams that end up dropping some big points here. The bottom half of this first round is most of the top half of the leaderboard. You got Pittsburgh Knights, Tempo Storm, Wildcard, Tribe, B4, and Trem Carreta Furcao, who now find themselves on the bottom half of the scoreboard, all not doing so well in that. So as much as we have to look at the successes, we have to see which teams are starting to falter a little bit.
Senhawk is the next map up, and we are heading over there. 7, when we've looked at how the circles have panned out, anybody that is trying to deal with a northwest circle, if you're on that southwest island, it seems very improbable you're going to be able to get over there. And there's a lot of teams that are dropping along that river and trying to move up from the south that are having a very difficult time when we've seen those kind of circles come in.
Oh, definitely. I think just at the start, I think in week 1, we only started seeing quarry circles, and then they started switching up for us, and then more teams started taking advantage of it. And I think, once again, just to keep on talking about it, Creme Real Betis is that team that has been taking full advantage of just having that extra water in the first circle, allowing them to go ahead and rotate north. And at one point, remember, I think it was a couple days back when we saw them rotate north in a boat and then again south in a boat. So those are the kind of teams that have been taking full advantage and be able to adjust to just what the circle gives them.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, Degon, I think that Creme Real Betis is going to keep on with, unless we see like an east circle or something like that, they're going to keep rotating with boats, and they're going to be literally the only one rotating with boats, but it is giving them some leeway when it comes to rotation, because across the land on Sanhok is littered with teams constantly.
Yeah, I think 2 teams that I remember from scrims that used to rotate off boats were Grunto and Lazarus, who's not playing today. So Grunto might also take to the seas. But to me, when I think Sandhawk, I think another chapter in this fantastic rivalry of Loops and Tribe just fighting it out over at boot camp and seeing who's going to win in that spot. Like, that is so fun to me that both those teams don't back down. And for context, in this specific matchup, although Tribe went out very early, they did get 5 kills. So their guns are lit. Let's see how they play out in map number 2.
That can be important as well. Let's take a look at the rewards coming in and see what you can get yourself when it comes to watching in PUBG Mobile itself. You can also join us on Twitch. You can join us on YouTube as well. But if you're watching in-game, you can get yourself some goodies. 7, have I teased you any time recently about giving away things, or did I let it go?
It's a time? No, I think, you know what? I think let's wait a little bit longer. I think we'll wait for the weekend. Okay. The weekend will be a good time to go in and do some more giveaways. But while you're at it, you can actually go ahead and vote for me on the Ultimate Team Selection.
Oh, no.
The 7 Worlds game in North America. Plug.
Don't do that. Actually, no, wait.
Hashtag sellout, baby.
Now that I say don't do it, everybody's absolutely gonna do it. This is not the word.
Send some roses.
Damn it. Damn. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to get you back for after Sandhawk when we talk about that match. And we are going to bring on our commentators, the commentators for this next game. It's John, it's Xander. I'm disappearing. Sandhawk's already ready. Bye, guys.
Wow. All right. No.
Fair enough. See you later, my friends. We'll have to get on without you, I'm afraid, for Sandhawk. We are going to get into game number 2 of these final closing days of the PMPL Americas.
Quite sad. Clarence just leaves. He's gone.
He's scuppered, mate.
I know. Didn't even ask us how we were for a second time. To be fair, I was going to tell him that I was really hot, and I just realised to myself that it's kind of a thing that we English people do, is that when there's any kind of heat, that's kind of the only thing that we can complain about. It's the only thing that's on our mind. But what else is on my mind is a bit of PUBG Mobile as we head into Sandhawk, like you're saying. Tribe, very easy drop for them, straight into Camp Charlie, coming from the south to the north, and then you will imagine they've got wildcard. They'll wait a little bit to get down into Hatin, but everyone's got their spot. It just depends how fast you can get to it.
Yeah, and Tribe, after relocating that drop over to Camp Charlie a couple of game days ago, they found some decent games on Sandhawk, right? They've had not the worst time.
No. Some good games. I won't lie. I mean, Tribe, never said that game in Painan. Painan not so easily accessible though for them anymore. Tempo's there. Tempo might want to try and hold on for this for a little bit longer. This is the problem for Tribe, is that the games that they won is where kind of their rotation path wasn't as congested. I think that they had X-Quest Gaming to deal with, but X-Quest Gaming actually made the immediate rotation to the Northwest Island. Tempo went in. Omen kind of went off straight onto the Northwest Island as well, so they just made their way up into Painan completely uncontested. So this time they've got a bit more of I would say a course ahead of them. So an obstacle course, so we'll see how they deal with that. Cloud9 though in Paradise Resort, excellent rotational pass for them, excellent intel they'll gather this way. But yeah, it's a nice game. We get another Northwest circle. It seems that's the only circle that we have in the PMPL.
I mean, I think it was Carlaris. He had a word, and he was just like, "Look, guys, come on."
I never want to see Barn in the circle, and to his credit, it's never been in the circle.
Yeah,
so
fair enough. Well, I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it to be the final circle that we see on Sandhawk. I'm sure it will happen. I'm sure that will be the case. But yeah, the Northwestern Island confirmed now to be the biggest island in Sandhawk, apparently.
Oh yeah, I mean, why would it never not end there? It's such a huge landmass, right? It's just ginormous.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. The size of that unit is absolutely incredible. Loops in boot camp get the pick of the litter. Cream Real Betis over in Kampong. Will they get in the boat? This is the question on everyone's minds. I mean, it worked for them on a similar rotation before. Why not do it again?
I want to see my pirate lads get in there. I mean, look at this. The guy's even got a shark backpack. He's even got a shark backpack.
He's got his swimmies on as well.
They're basically telling us, yes, we will be getting in the boats this game. So I don't even have to worry about that. We'll check back in with them later. On our screen right now, it's Tribe. Let's see about the looting. If you guys are watching at home, wondering why things aren't really happening too much at the moment, even though this is such an aggressive map, it's because Circle 1 idea is just to get yourself into the circle. There's so much area available to you. You don't really have to fight right now. You can play it cool, you can play it calm, get yourself a little zone there, and then look to set yourself up for success in those circles 2 and 3 when things start to get a little bit more hectic and fights are much more prominent as well as necessary.
I mean, there is a place for hot dropping, Blank. There definitely is, but not really when you come to the pro leagues. At this stage, you want to be making sure you're isolating an area of the map and keeping that control in your favor. Yeah. If you go down early, you are going to take a massive hit on your point averages because you only get 1 point for placing in 16th, and it's all about those placements. Once you get to the final circles, you're more than likely going to be picking up those kills anyway.
And if you guys are home, you want a hot drop, you want to go into boot camp, you want to fight off against the world, go for it. But if you want to play for that esports consistency, take my advice.
Otherwise it will get all lumpy and separated. It's not great, that consistency.
No, it's not good at all. It's kind of like a aioli. It's like consistent for about the first couple of games and then it splits. I've been doing some cooking recently. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah.
Perfectly good lockdown hobby. It's you know, it's perfectly good. I've been learning a bit of chess, but you know, everyone has their little hobby that they're getting involved with. But these teams, they've been so focused on grinding these out, and we're getting to the closing stages of this tournament now, Blank.
We are.
It shows because they're so familiar with these rotation paths.
And I think for Sandhawk in particular, you're so correct, John. The fact that we're able to see these teams make their way into Circle 2 without any fights is ridiculous. But Cloud9, they want none of that today. They're right in here. They're here for blood. They've got the 2 highest point scores in a row in terms of points rankings, and they're looking to do that again today and set a bit of a record.
Well, yeah, see if they were able to get the triple. What we want to see.
Oh, 6ers for the VSS. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. Gotta get the silent sniper in there somewhere.
Do you know where
Lighten
the
up the kill.
VSS names come from?
I feel like I should do, but I forgot.
It's very sixless.
Very. Oh no. Oh dear. There's Exus. They're taking a fight, and actually, to their credit, they managed to get a knock. They will be able to get the flush as well onto Ran. Grunto, they have a little bit of resistance atop the mountain. Sana trying to turn around and try and get a different fight in spots out Emraz, but he's going to flank out further, flank out wider, dips behind the rock as he continues to push forwards. Emraz trying to land these shots, but no one really doing anything more than teasing at this stage. Gamma now starting to come into the fight as Q gets taken down on the sidelines, but there's the VSS. That's what we wanted to see. Unfortunately, it's now just Sixless left standing for Grunto, and he's going to send away down the hill.
Yes, Sixless did his best. His team on the other hand, weren't able to make that one happen.
I'll tell you what VSS stands for now, Blank. It's very solo Sixless.
Yeah, very solo Sixless. Very good. Very good. I agree a lot there. I mean, it felt like Team Deathmatch was the beginning. I said all this stuff about how the teams didn't want to fight too much, but we're getting straight into the cage match. I mean, everyone's got a fight of their own. Cloud9 trying to take one against Alpha 7, who are firmly trapped on this coastline. They've got the deep water behind them and the devil himself, Uneven, in front of them.
He's going to crest the ridge. Will they spot it out, though? Will they be able to be aware of this? The question is, will Uneven come through first, or will Lucatas know he's there?
Just one guy.
Well, you know, Uneven, he's an army unto himself, you know. He's got a lot of firepower in his back, but so do Loops. They're rattling Pittsburgh Knights' cage, certainly, in this match.
This is quite funny. This is amusing for me. Just watch it. It's like watching a cat scare off 4 dogs, just like by growling at it. I don't know if do cats growl?
Cats do not growl.
But they hiss, right?
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference between a hiss and a growl?
I think a hiss is more an exhalation, whereas a growl is a it's a vibration.
There you go. Sandhawk question time with Blank and John.
Absolutely. You've got to answer these questions, right?
Yeah.
Did you know? Did you know that cats don't meow at each other? They meow at kittens, and they also meow at humans, which implies that they meow at things that do not exhibit what they deem to be cat-like behavior. It's very interesting.
Or intelligent behavior. They just think we're all stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, little kittens.
Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Cats
There's
think we're
Beowulf.
kittens, confirmed.
Exactly. So, but Beowulf here, though, a much bigger cat than just one of your small tabbies. He's a bit more dangerous, more like a leopard here towards the coastal side. Metek just hiding away, and Uneven finds that perfect onto Gazme. Gazme going down for Alpha 7, who I believe is a new pickup for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alpha 7, though, feeling a little bit more Crouching Tiger than Hidden Dragon at this stage. They are just hiding away in these corners. It's not the ideal strat in a fight, but they might survive for longer, and that is the name of the game here, Blake.
Here's that little thing I was mentioning earlier on was Tribe and Tempo. Tempo have actually already taken a couple of shots onto Tribe, and you can see it continue to go through. Memo throwing the grenades, trying to salvage this fight as much as possible. Tribe currently down to 2, Tempo with 3, and you imagine the fight is slowly going to go the way of Tempo, sorry.
Well, it certainly seems to be going that way, as you see another knock come through on the kill feed. Tribe down to 1 player, just Memo standing for them. As the Pittsburgh Knights get eliminated to Loops, Cloud9 are trying to isolate Alpha 7. as they are on 3 players. They can just survive here, Blank, and that's what we were saying. These teams do not want to fight early, and that's exactly the mantra that Alpha 7 are charging themselves. But Meatech finally gets an angle, and Pyra learns all about it.
I mean, Cloud9 have maybe taken a little bit too many liberties with this fight, I won't lie. And this is deserved, in my opinion.
Oh, goodness me. Seagut gets confirmed as well. Just Memo now for Tribe, as they are going to push on through. Sam gets confirmed there. And I think, if my eyes don't deceive me, Memo has run away from this fight. And even goes down as well, and the tables are turning here a little bit.
Yeah, this took so long. Gave so much of opportunity for Trem, Caretta, Furcal to get here as well. Now Alpha 7, they're taking shots, and if I'm Beowulf, I'm thinking maybe just slip away amongst all the fire, try and pick Adder up, but Meatech doesn't want to let him get away here. Neither team does, in fact.
No, I mean, in fact, they're having one of the best runs in this tournament so far, Blank, and both of these teams want to see that stop as soon as possible. Let's see if they're able to do so, but for now, Beowulf will survive. Adder is alive as well, and they're both atop the hill. They should be able to get this res in pretty decent safety.
Yeah, so they will have 2. Cromwell Betis causing problems for B4 once again, not from the water side this time, but in fact, just a full-out brawl. They are camping the bridge side, and I believe that is Levi down.
Ace 1 have something to say about this position. B4 getting knocked from both angles. This is a difficult crossing for anyone who wants to make it, and Mixera just sends for the horizon there. Cromwell Betis notably not going for their botation. They will not be floating on the 7 seas today. Instead, they're going to be locked in combat with B4 and Ace 1.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of baited B4 here. Like, you can cross
No matter where B4 go,
I know.
Cromwell Betis appear on Sandhot.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They baited and they said, oh, you can cross the bridge. No problem here. We're going to be out in the waters. And B4's like, okay, cool. They're like, psych. We are here, in fact. It was all a big ruse. I will take one thing back from last game that I said, which is about how I want to see B4 be a little louder. I think they are, to be fair, looking more at the scores now, I think they're firmly set at the top of the leaderboard. I think if they want to get that first place to 50 grand, maybe things need to come up a little bit, but if they just want to stay firmly set and get to World League in that second place, I think they're absolutely fine to continue playing like they are and just play for those placement points. And maybe that's what the idea of going for the Eastern rotation on the bridge was last game. It's just to survive as long as possible and make sure they're getting those consistent 6 to 10 points per game.
Tribe will be getting no more points there this game. However, they are going to get eliminated. All 4 players for Tempo Storm survive the fight, and they will be able to grab a little bit more loot as well as they are in this next zone. There's no real time pressure on them, but right now, Boot Camp is looking mighty packed here. Omen Elite on the south side, Trem Caretta Furacao on the north edge, but Loops, they crossed over to the northwestern island early, and they might just be regretting that about now.
This was the position they took last time versus Team Kaiser. Team Kaiser are not in the lobby anymore, so they don't really have anyone to gatekeep. No one else wants to be on that side. We'll get the next show coming through very soon, so we'll see exactly where the players have to play around. Call 2 towards the northeast side. Should be coming on the screens right now. Bang,
Oh, there
it is. Hard shift towards the north side. Wildcard could be extremely happy with that one. On the other hand, Tempo, they're going to have to make a rotation towards the north, and no one really plays on the northern side, so they know that, damn, we're going to have a lot of teams running with us. So we're going to might have to play this a little bit slow, but running up into boot camp, because there's really nothing else on the western side unless you make a huge rotation over the northwestern island, across the bridge. You will have to go through boot camp as well as Paradise Resort, where Cloud9 were originally.
I'll have to put Sandal to pavement and try and beat a hasty path there, however, because they are on the long side and they've only got about 40 seconds remaining. They do have a lot of control near Painan, however, and everybody else they know they're going to be rotating ahead of, so they can just play edge here blank, and you see everybody else moving as well. Loops, they want to move up north. They are still on that northwestern island after having crossed early from boot camp, as we highlighted earlier. But there are three total other teams on the northwestern island with them. That's Mezexis and the lone players from both Grunto and B4.
Luke's going to move fast, though. They're in this position, which grants them the ability to get across the bridge early, gate camp any other team that wants to make this rotation, which is why they're running so fast. They're not really looting up as much as they wanted to do inside that compound, just so they get to the bridge. absolutely, they know that for Hut inside, if you're wildcard gamer, you will cross that side, you'll play on the north, you'll try and take the ridge side, so they know that's clear. What they have to worry about is the long rotation on the west side of the northwestern island, and Mazex is coming down as well as Grunto. So they can definitely get to a compound very, very quickly and gate camp a couple of teams. This is very smart play from Loops.
Real Betis, they're moving in a little bit faster here as Tempo Storm are hot on their heels, but they've got to be worried about Ace 1 as well, who are still out in the blue. Jumping on the moped, and both of them there, H and Tensor, they're on their warped there.
Oh yeah, the warped. It moves out, and it will go up towards the ridge side. Spotted Real Betis, but the warped is not very fast apparently.
Tensor gets knocked, will be able to get behind a rock. The rest of Tempo, they're over the hill, but it's now just H to face off. Looking for a shot, will land it onto Nitsu. Consumed by the blue now. They might want to try and find the res. Escanor wants to push out wide as they want to keep their team alive as well. Tempo still not close enough to aid them, but Ace 1 are just over this skyline as well. Spec moving in here as Real Betis. They have a few nades thrown their way before get eliminated. The final player does go down for them. That was on the northwestern island, remember, blank. Nades over the top. It's only zone 3, so they can survive this, but in comes the backstab from Ace 1.
Yeah, Tempo, Spec goes down there. Italox still in this one. Real Betis has done this before versus Tribe, and they actually went out because of it. Real Betis, in an ideal world, would just leave this fight. There was no reason to stop the warped in the first place. That thing was going to another battle elsewhere on the map. Instead, now Real Betis have kind of sealed their own fate, and they've forced a fight.
They do take a lot more damage from those nades as well. Next circuit comes in, and they're going to have to move even further, but it is on the eastern island, so they don't have to go for that cross.
Look at this flank, John.
In combat, there is a flank coming in. Nunez very, very close. I think they hear that. I think they hear those steps. Spec needs to get the heal on, but no, he opts instead to risk it for the biscuit, and he's going to jump up top, and fortunately for him, he's going to be able to find it. Should be able to get the heal off as well, but not before two players from Tempo get knocked. A three-way fight as Rain now springs up, finds one, finds two, hits the deck again as it's Real Betis to get eliminated. Tempo Storm still alive, but Spec very, very low, able to get the res.
I wonder if the warped is still up and available. Capjow just drops on a few meds, but it's got absolutely nothing on board. I wonder how much Tempo do have available to them. Capjow might just go down to the blue itself. Beryl, though, in hand, a very strong weapon here. And this fight continues just on the precipice of the circle at the moment.
Somehow, 3 players are still alive for Tempo Storm. This is phenomenally managed here. They juggled it well, but they have a long way to go. And they have some players in their way as well. Ace have split, so they left Capjow over in that fight. I don't think they're going to be able to get him back up. As Tempo now send for the zone, they have to move. This is where the zone will start to hurt them.
Yeah, I mean, the closer and closer we get to that Circle 5. Circle 5 is where things become almost unbearable out in the blue. And you can heal it, but it will cost you a lot of util to make it happen. That's Capjow going down, but the warped was still alive. Now they're rotating in with it. It shall see another battle. Nico, though, moving up the Tremcaretta for Cow. Not sure if they'll find this fight. It's Juicy as well as the rest of the team are on the low. Nico, though, this guy has done fantastic things before. He's now moving up.
He's dodging around the bullets, but not for long. Unfortunately, the micro is at close range. We know how strong that thing is. It's an absolute beast, and in the right hands, it's going to do a lot of damage. Nico, he knows that now. But Senab trying to manage the aggro around the rock, and his teammates backing him up beautifully. One player alive for Omen Elite, and he's been spotted out. It's Juicy running around out in the blue. They will not be able to get in here. Well, I mean, they might, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, he's been spotted out, and he's about to get beans by the blue as well, like you were saying. So Juicy's practically stuck here. Darting does go down to the circle, and Tempo, they have made it in, and they're currently ahead of Tremcaretta Fracao here. So things are tough. Things are very tough, and I think Tempo, the one thing they're struggling for is meds, equipment. So if they can get the kill onto Trem, then they will be able to get a nice cheeky restock here.
Cooking the nade, Spec throws it up, goes behind the rock, a huge knock.
Perfect!
And they bring it down again into their favor. Matos is going to fall first, and nades are going to be sent in again to try and confirm that. Mufasa tries to play close, but he's in the danger zone. Another nade sent over the top. They isolate this rock, and they just trade it out. One for the other. It's a conveyor belt of knocks.
Nade comes out from Rain again. I don't think that will hit anything, but currently there are 2 down. But it's a 2 versus 2. Swagwin's going to go for the resurrection, as is Tensa. Right now, though, the main thing to worry about is the blue, and this is what Chrome Real Betis did not do last time, and it's Tempo doing it now. They are just leaving this fight. They know they can get a better position. Trem is now injured. They're in a worse spot. They'll have to move in, but they've got a motorbike on board. They will have to leave at least one of their members, and now they're down to 3. This sets up Tempo very good to hold them off later on.
Oh, Swagwin gets knocked on the side swipe. Falls off, and it's unfortunate. Juicy as well, trying to eke his way in, finally gets shut out. Trem Careta Furacao able to get 1 kill, but they're 1 player remaining blank now, and I think they know he's up here. Senab is going to push down the hill, and there's a gatekeep coming in from Spec, but he's been spotted maybe from the sidelines. They know he's at the tree, but there's no meds left, and that is going to be Senab falling very, very quickly. The question is, will Tempo be able to get into the zone? Perfect. With that kill, they'll know. And now Tempo can move in.
Played that wonderfully there. He knew that he was going to go down. He didn't really have to do anything else but just wait it out. Utils were low, but now Tempo, that's what they're really struggling for, is any kind of medical assistance, any kind of bullets. That's what the issue is. Wildcard Spring here, the rest of his team are still in this game. Obviously, they had a really nice circle to begin with. Cloud9 just Ada remains. Abdul and Mitek, though, that double trouble inside the compound, and the circle does move directly on top of them. So as 2, they'll have to hold down quite a big compound by themselves, and the 4-man from Wildcard will be coming at them very shortly.
This squad from Tempo has been through so much this match, Blank. They have had so many engagements here, I think at least 6 at this point. And they're looking for a few more. Tensa is going to ride strong on the Warphead. They continue to roll it on in. Let's go. All right. It's making it happen, to be fair. We'll see how much further they get. And oh, dear.
Okay. The Warphead is no more. The horse will never ride again.
Unfortunately for them.
Though, going down? Yeah.
It's going to be Loops eliminated before them, though, so they do manage to make it all the way to 5th, and they did manage to get 12 kills. That's a huge game from them.
I'd be happy with that, yeah.
Absolutely.
As a like 19 points to finish that game off with. It's basically the same as getting a chicken dinner without any kills. -1 kill, in fact. But you take those. Wildcard, however, had a real struggle getting to the circle. And now Abdul and Mitek, that double team there, might just be able to make something happen. Kultu, we've seen that. I'm pretty sure we've seen this almost exact same circle before. And right now, Alpha 7 got a really good spot as a circle drops directly onto their compound. So the other compound's not even playable anymore, John. This is horrendous for the other teams.
Ada does manage to secure that point as well. Alpha 7 were trying to steal it away. Wildcard with a solo play. You can see him off in the distance. Enigma going for the heal off, trying to survive as long as possible. But it's Kultu, really, who is the only team who could dismount the position found from Alpha 7 in the windows. They're just biding their time. And at this stage, no one is at full force, Blink.
I think Enigma may have gone for the heal off a little bit too early here. I think if he tried to make his way in just for a little bit longer, maybe find himself a tree before going for it, committing, because it really the circle has to push onto Alpha 7 before any of these teams truly have to make it happen. Enigma tries to take a couple of players here as he goes down, but will not be enough. But Ada's still in this game. Cloud9 have made their way to 3rd place, despite being on 2 players for so very long, John.
They're going to keep their record riding strong. Kultu, though, they want to mount up as well, trying to get in close as the circle does shift their way, their side of the road. Midtech falls, now it's just Abdul and Kultu. They're 1 versus 3 in this engagement. The question is, do they know to press this advantage? Abdul not wanting to go for this res just yet. Very, very low. You can see them medding up. They just don't want to take any chances, Black.
Ada could actually get a lot done here if he just had the confidence to pop out, but I think he's just going to try and secure 2nd place. It's a great idea. That's fine, and they do it. And in flames, down they will go, and now it's just Ada outside in the blue. I wonder if he just goes down to the blue, doesn't give up any of the kills, jumps out, It's got a lot to deal with, yeah, and it's not enough.
Will not be able to do it. Cloud9 make it all the way to second, and actually they get 5 kills as well, Blank. So that's a pretty solid round if I ever did see. But Cool2 able to claim the chicken dinner.
And that's fantastic, 21 points. You are astonishingly happy with that one. I mean,
Chuffed a bit.
I don't think they were. I personally, the fight they took at the beginning felt very overconfident, in my opinion, versus Alpha 7. They waited for a long time. Trem were able to also enter that fight. But the real team that I want to focus on is Tempo, James, because Christ alive, they went through the wars. James.
Nice.
Here.
Yeah, it takes a little while. I'm sorry. We're fine. We're
A little
good.
bit of lag on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Caught in the Ethernet cable, I think. So, Xander, yeah,
Squeezed you out.
Those Cat 6s, mate.
that's weird, Xander. Tempo Storm, they definitely went through a war, John, and they made the most of it, I've got to say, considering that I thought they were going to go out relatively quickly in this game.
Yeah, they somehow took a 3-way fight out in the blue zone and came out on top with 3 players still alive, and they got 12 kills at the end of that, as we were talking about during the cast. Like, that is nuts. These guys are on point right now, so I'm looking forward to seeing what more they have today.
All right, well, bye-bye. I'll see you later as we now head over to the analysis desk. We've got Seven and Degon ready to go. And looking at how this played out, Cool2 get themselves another win, another chicken dinner on the board here, Seven, as they were able to do pretty darn well for themselves when it comes to all of that. So Seven, what do you think about how Cool2 was able to play this out?
I think they did great, man. I think they were able to just go ahead and hold that, pretty much rush into that compound and finish that other team. One thing that I do want to go ahead and point out, even though Cool2 did get the win, I think it's notable for C9, once again, getting second place, just going off pretty much what we've been saying in the last 6 games. Before that in Erangel, they have averaged a second to third place points, and pretty much, man, I'm just speechless right now at how much C9 has been able to turn this around. We've seen other teams that just haven't been able to turn it around, and to actually finally see it from a team leaves me a little bit speechless.
Yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest. They had a great game before, now a second place once again. We'll take a look at the points that they were able to accrue here in this game alongside Cool2, as well as Tempo Storm up towards the top. 25 points here for Cool2, but 19 points each apiece here for Cloud9 as well as Tempo Storm. And Degon, I guess we just kind of have to echo what Seven is saying here, with Cloud9 doing so well, especially in week 3. He's not hearing us. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got Tempo Storm with that 19 points, as well as Wildcard Gaming here, 15 points. Loops 13 and Alpha 7 13 too. Seven, are you with me still, or?
I am. I'm right here with you.
And I'm back. There we go.
There you go. There he is.
So we just little issue, but we're in. So Cool2 getting themselves a victory that I think we're so used to seeing, where they play it a little bit slower and they play smart, compared to the 2 other teams that they had there in second and third. Cloud9 had that had to traverse through a decent amount there in the last half, and Tempo going crazy. Like, we're gonna highlight their journey throughout this map to get themselves third place.
Yeah, so 9 through 16, as well as Ace won 8 points for them here. 7 to see how they're able to kind of, just move things forward. So Ace has not had that bad a first game, quite a few kills, etc. and stuff like that, despite the placement not really going their way. Second game, another 8 points on the board here for Ace 1. Good stuff.
Yeah, I think Ace is starting to give me vibes of what we saw from them at one point on week 2, where they ended up just challenging a bunch of teams, getting kills, getting placing. I think they really want to go ahead and get that chicken dinner before the tournament ends, as we're taking a look here at Cool2 BG stats. Not that much damage, actually. I think that might be one of the lowest damage that we have seen from a winner, with only 576.
An uneventful win, but a win, as they're able to, they got themselves 1 knockout. That might be a record when it comes to our kills. Our overall stats for an actual win here, Degon. So stealing a few, being a bit cheeky, getting some points. It's the 5 ability game is very important as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Cool2 BG praying to the circle gods and find themselves that 5 kill. It's a very pacifist way to get themselves a win, but Cool2 trying to get as many points as they can. As they're again, today has been a day of some of these smaller teams working their way on up. We already talked about Ace 1, Ace 7 also get some points there, and then Cool2 getting the chicken dinner. So it hasn't been the dominant day that we've seen throughout, where it's been mostly like these big teams eating up most of these these points.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here as we break down what we've had on Sandhawk to start things off. And the circle was not kind to people once again here, Seven. When you look at the big divides that the river carved through it, it makes it difficult to, commit to one location, one area.
Yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised that Cranberry Albatis actually didn't try to go for that long rotation on the road, even though they had a perfect chance for it. And they would have actually ended up with the North City all by themselves. But just pretty much going back a little bit of how much the above 13th place, 14th place, 15th place on the leaderboards right now from teams are doing so well. This is going to give a chance for even higher teams that are trying to fight for that 8th spot, so hopefully they're able to take advantage. I know so far that we've seen, and we're going to be talking about them even more, was Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm being able to recover from something that pretty much seemed disastrous for them. I think they would have ended up dying, but it speaks volume of their skill level, and we're going to be able to break that down here in a little bit. But I want to see teams like Pittsburgh Knights, Omen Elite at one point fighting themselves with Trim Coretta for a cow. That was just, it didn't go their way either, so hopefully teams that are fighting for the 8th place take advantage of the lower teams now starting to get even better performances.
Even damage is coming out here across the board as well. Tempo Storm, as we mentioned before, they went through the ringer and they are getting themselves about 1,600 damage coming in. But beyond that, I'm sure we'll talk about Tempo later, Digon. You got Cloud9 blasting out, Wildcard blasting out, Loops putting in work, and Trem Careta Faracao as well doing some work.
Yeah, a lot of the big damage numbers there, and I like to focus on the smaller numbers on the opposite side. Guys that took a vacation onto Sandhawk. They were here, they might have punched a person or two, and that was about it, because as we continue to pan on over, Grunto, not a lot of damage after getting themselves a chicken dinner the first one. 122, that's barely doing anything to anyone. Team Solid, another team, as well as B4 and Tribe. These are guys, again, we're focusing a lot on these winners, but some of these teams that aren't putting up points are teams that are in the middle of the pack. They don't have the cushion to be having games like this where you're not really doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, we were alluding to it before this game, right, Digon? We believe that anybody 12th and up can really get themselves into those top 8. Below that, you're going to have a huge shift in how you're playing and kind of messing with those averages, Seven. So to see the lobbies a little bit flipped to the start off the day, Seven, it's kind of interesting.
And keep in mind, it is Sandhawk, right? We kind of seen just some crazy performances from Sandhawk. I'm more looking towards the Erangel, something that teams are more used to playing, and it is in a way more competitive and not as crazy as Sandhawk can be. But yeah, teams like Tribe Gaming need to go ahead and step it up. PK as well, we said it from the start of the broadcast, they need to go ahead and have a great day. Something along the lines of what Cloud9 is being able to do right now, getting back-to-back second place. That is huge for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if once we see that leaderboard, they finally went ahead and passed XQG.
Got to put teams through the gauntlet, mate. That's what you got to do here, and that's why, especially when we had Miramar in as well, the adaptations that you have to make from battleground to battleground to battleground were always very cool. But let's take a look at the analysis highlights. Digon, I know you got something for me. I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I think this was a great example of how champions are defined here in terms of Tempo Storm. And I know that we talk about the big three all the time, but there's a reason why you talk about the best teams, because they constantly make plays to get themselves in the top. And it's not always the biggest frags, it's also how you adjust. Here, Tempo Storm getting forced out of the circle in phase 3, not a ton of circle damage, and big mistake with the crash there by Tempo. They get themselves caught. HH24 Tensa way caught off. Rain nowhere near them. Spec nowhere near them, and they got to go back. They're stuck between Creme Real Betis and I believe Trem Carreto Furcal. There's one other team, Ace. It's Ace there. And Tempo very easily could have been frazzled. When we saw the map view, these guys were more than halfway out from where the circle was. Any other team would have panicked. HH24 goes down. Spec is getting bled out to the corner. You could see him bandaging and bandaging and bandaging. And we were like, hey, how are they going to make the play here? Spec stays cool under pressure, able to take down Nunez, buys the rest of the time as Ace gets themselves pushed out, and Tempo then go from there to scoring a massive amount of points. So many other teams would have broken from the mistake from crashing, from being shot outside in the blue, from being third-partied way outside in the blue, but this team pulled themselves together and get themselves a major double-digit performance.
I think that's so often why we see that kind of buddy system, the 2-2 system, kind of work out pretty well for itself, Seven. If you're doing a 3-1 split, if the one gets into conflict and dies off, then I guess, yeah, you've got 3, but you don't really have many options to get them up, right? But if you've got 2-2 split going on, even in rotation, you still have an opportunity to kind of make the recovery happen, right?
Yeah, I thought that was a fantastic play by them as a team, and the individuals. It looked like each team member had their opportunity to step up, and as you said, 2-2 split working out huge in that situation.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the leaderboards then, as we have now 50-point lead for Loops towards the top here. Cloud9, though, has now moved in to 3rd place, and You mentioned it before, Seven, and you know, I am going to give it reverence where reverence is due, because it has been, I don't even have the word for it, a absolutely stellar, remarkable recovery and performance by Cloud9 over these last 2.5 days so far of play. It's unfathomable that you see a team really have that kind of step up in consistency. So for Cloud9, it is going quids in right now, Seven.
Yeah, and it speaks volumes from them. Keep in mind, at some point, they were in 13th place, and everybody in the chat was wondering what's going on with Cloud9. Why aren't they throwing? Well, guess what? They were just waiting for everything to go ahead and fall in place, and it's showing. It's showing that everything is falling in place for them. Now, right here, Coltu, pretty much shooting themselves up the leaderboard as well with that win. I feel like 13 through 20, honestly speaking, they're probably not going to have a chance to go ahead and get to top 8. But Omen Elite is falling more than I would like to see. They need to go ahead and step it up. Trem Correnta for Akao, as well as another team that we saw kind of being consistent in the past couple of days. They're not having that consistency that we're used to. I want to see more out of them.
Yeah, definitely so.
It looks like the average amount of points for the teams that are going to qualify are 10 points per game. And if each team is playing 60 games, that's 600 points. And so these teams that are now hitting, you know, game 52 or game 47, they better be averaging 470 points or 520 points if they're looking to be on average with Pittsburgh Knights, who is currently in that 8th place spot. 10 points per game is what you're looking for. 600 points by the end of the tournament is about what is going to be good enough. And as you said, these teams at 13 and through 20, they're averaging about like 6.5 to 7 points a game, and it's going to be a huge mountain to scale up by the end if they want to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Swimming upstream can be very fraught with danger here. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we have remaining for today. We have Erangel, Vikendi, and then Erangel, the good old ice cream sandwich here, as we have Erangel next on the way, Seven, and we came off the back of Grunto getting themselves the win. They had a little bit of a favorable circle, but towards the end of the circle, they made moves decisive, they made moves quickly to be able to get themselves in the best spot.
They did, but I'll tell you what, Grunto.
Tell me, go on.
I don't think they're gonna go ahead and get that win again here in Erangel. But one team that I did see a lot of a step up, and one team that we just kind of highlight and we're able to see more out of them was Tempo Storm. The way they recovered from that crash, for me, I think speaks volumes, and hopefully they're able to carry that momentum from that game that they had in Sandhawk here to Erangel. And keep in mind, nobody's gonna go ahead and challenge them in Pochinki, so they have all the time in the world to just go ahead and loot, get the rotations they want to go ahead and get. I hope they get a win here, because it will go ahead and just keep that momentum going for them. And I feel like they're currently the team, if I'm not mistaken, top 6 that has only played 47 games. So if they wanted to, they could push, if possible, for like a 2nd place finish.
I think this kind of lobby goes even further than them not being challenged in Pochinki, right, Digon? Because you've got XQ not in the lobby, and they're doing that kind of south of Pochinki trash split that then the rotations become difficult for them to kind of go up against when it comes to Tempo Storm. But them not being in the lobby makes Tempo Storm's room and breadth a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I think in the first game it was Pittsburgh Knights that dropped a little bit west of them. They were a little spread out, and you know, Carnage being an OG guy and all those guys being so veteran-like on that Pittsburgh Knights roster, they're like, yeah, this is Tempo's space, right? And it seems to be that throughout the PMPL so far, it's been the teams that are willing to take the risk, to take the fights, to go head on and challenge with guns and be proactive are the ones that are finding success, which is why you see XQG at the top and why you see them constantly pushing themselves and sometimes failing, but a lot of times reaping huge rewards beyond just killing kills on that specific team, but then the space that they get afterwards. So for me, it's got to be B4, Pittsburgh Knights, and Tribe. These are teams that haven't scored a lot of points, and we're saying at the very beginning, B4 has the opportunity to challenge for a crown. Well, Loops hasn't had a pop-off day, but Loops has scored double-digit points multiple times here. B4 has been in the bottom twice here. They need to start picking it up if they want not just to qualify, but get themselves a first place in North America, in all the Americas.
All the Americas. Well, guys, go and enjoy your next game of Erangel. Sit back and kind of take a look at the finer details, and I'll bring on two charming gentlemen once again here to get us rolling here. And we have John and Xander. Xander, any more weird things to say to me, or are we good?
Oh, I actually did have something weird to say, but I think you dispelled it with that.
Oh, damn.
Can't bring it out anymore. Oh yeah, it was about I'm here for all the Americas as well, you know.
All the Americas.
So good.
Okay, yeah.
All the Americas. Dude.
Delightful. All right, well, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Sorry. that was fun. I'll see you in a
Are you guys having a moment? Do you want me to go? Is that okay?
I'll see you soon, buddy.
All right, see you
I'll
later,
catch you
Kylo Ren.
later, dude.
Off your pop. Come on. All right, let's get into the game. Blake, enough messing about. We're back over to the middle serving of Eric.
Okay.
Are you all right?
That is an awful plane path.
Okay, you're talking about the plane, but I thought something had happened. I thought maybe, you know, a wild raccoon had jumped into your bedroom. But no.
You know that if a wild raccoon had jumped into my apartment, that would delight me beyond anything. Because you have known me for a long time. You must know that raccoons are my favorite animal.
Yeah, but I thought you'd be like, whoa, that's awesome. Like that.
Oh yeah, that's true, to be fair. But yeah, this is an awful plane path. Disgusting. Wildcard are going to be well unhappy about this.
It's very hot in England. That's why.
Yeah, true. So I'll see where they go, because they might just head up towards Rozok just outside Yes9, pick up some vehicles and head up to Zaverny anyway. But if we get a hard shift down to the south in terms of the circle, we've got even less time to loot, and it causes some problems, especially because most teams are going to head up towards the eastern side with this plane path. God, that's nasty.
Not the best. Wildcard, as you say, they will be probably most miffed, but we'll see where they opt to drop, because they haven't really had to have an alternate location.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There hasn't been. I think this is the first time that the north side teams have had to be like, oh, we must think of something new now.
Drat and blast.
Oh, crikey.
Wildcard. It looks like they're dropping out near.
It's fine.
Gatka,
It's
near
okay.
George, and they're see what they can get. The circle does come through, Blank, and it's actually a northwestern shift. Hang on a minute.
Someone's died.
There's Nox coming through. That's Unico Edu from Crimreal Betis down by the bridge.
Must have. You know, it might. I don't know. In my head, I was like, what are all the possibilities and formations that he may have died in this situation? But I can't think of any. I mean, even if he fell, I don't know where you can.
Yeah, look,
trigger...
Team Solid. 1 kill.
Yeah. Oh,
They have a kill.
amazing. There you go.
So it was a hot drop, and to be honest, I think this is what we were talking about, right? This is the plane path coming to bear, and that will have caused Crimreal Betis to have to change it up a little bit, or deal with more people who aren't normally there.
Oh, I mean, I think it's Team Solid. Crimreal Betis tend to loot down here. Team Solid usually go up towards North Mansion, right, and go for the 2-3 split. But I mean, the 2-2 split. But they can't actually do that here because they've only got 3 players. Kinobala, on the other hand, happy to take that one off you.
He's happy about that. Kevin runs out into the open, and exactly what you expect would happen does come to pass. Kinwabala with the double barrel, trying to push on close. There is a little bit of a rescue attempt happening for all the 3 players of Team Solid. They are playing with a 3-man roster again. They have got a kill, but Kevin is bleeding out. Have
Cool
some
outfit that
info
Kinobala
from
has,
Pepe.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit more than cool threads if he wants to take it down, though, as Pepe does get first knock. There's a double barrel around the corner.
Okay. Yeah.
And he just gets shut out.
Yeah.
Flushed out as well.
Okay, so that does work out at the end. I didn't think that would work out as well as it did, but they're happy with that one.
Yeah, Team Solid will be okay with that. Proza, though, he's not so pleased, and in fact will go in for the fight. Knows that there's a lot of damage being done, and they'll be isolated down to just those 2 players. The rest of Ace 1 not really anywhere nearby, so it's a 2 versus 1 at this stage.
Yeah. So this actually causes a few problems here for Omen in particular, who like to drop down to Milta, right? So now they've got to move all the way up to the northwest. God, it's just an unenjoyable circle for everyone. Mazexis, though, this has caused a lot of issues for players because usually they're very used to what kind of rotation paths they want to go for. This has thrown the biggest spanner in the works.
You find the works and you get, as you're right, the biggest spanner possible. It's
the biggest spanner in, as Degon would say, all Americas.
In all of the Americas. In all of the Americas. Okay, in come the rest of the squad. And it's short work. But not before another knock is found.
Yeah.
Team Solid's
Hey,
putting up a little bit of a fight this time, but still go down to 16th.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Name a better duo between Team Solid going out 16th. Oh, I hate myself so much, but
You said it.
I said it. I mean, to be fair, they're playing with 3 players. They've been doing this off and on, so you do feel bad for the team. I don't know what's going on their side, but as a different approach to this, can we please get some love in chat for Team Solid?
They are turning up, and that's what matters.
There are free players that are still coming every single day, despite being a player down and still playing. So yeah, let's get some love in chat for the Team Solid guys.
I mean, they don't go home empty-handed. Even if they do end up in last place, there is prizes all the way down the board. So you know,
don't speak of this. They deserve all the love. Okay. They're not doing this for the money.
They're going to have some more awards.
They're not doing this for the money, John. They're here for PUBG Mobile. What PUBG Mobile stands for as a community. And we all know that we stand for competition, just love and true camaraderie. You know, that's what we're here for.
B4 on the south side of the Eastern Bridge.
That's a hella clip right there, by the way.
Oh, goodness me. It is really starting to get to you, isn't it, this heat?
Yeah, I mean, I am really, really, really white.
Okay.
Like...
B4, as I was saying, just on the south of the Eastern Bridge. They are going to make that rotation. This is their normal drop spot, but Tremcareta a little bit closer than usual to this Eastern Bridge. They normally take a little bit longer to get here, and Omen actually not having made their way down to guard this bridge. Instead, they're going to send out west a little bit earlier on. I mean, that's the normal rotation for Omen, right, is to just guard this bridge.
Well, it was for a while, and they stopped doing it as much when B4 basically just drove past and was like, are you meant to be camping this? And Omen was like, yeah. And people just ran away, and it was kind of a disaster. Now Omen have kind of prioritized getting into the circle more than camping. The difference here, John, is the fact that Trem didn't cross first. Usually B4 take a long time to come out of Novo, but this time they've come out around about 6 minutes as opposed to like the 10-minute mark. So this is interesting to me, and they're just going to fly on past Ace-1. But there are so many teams already towards Mount Everest, just towards the bottom of Gaka. Georgia Pole is obviously taken by C9, but Kultu are also on this side. Wildcard, on the other hand, they're probably still looting. It was most likely a journey to get up to Severny.
I think they're just about to leave Severny now, Blank, and they are going to, as you say, finish their journey to Severny. They'll have to razz it to Rozhok this time around now, as they have to head further south. Tempo Storm, they've headed northwest from Pachinki. You can see they're just south of Ruins, and they've got a lot of cover here to play around, some decent sight lines, and they're very, very close to the center of the circle. Pittsburgh Knights, you can see in the background, that's Everest there, the huge mountain just south of Georgia Pole. They will be at the summit of that with Jaeger as their outpost down in the foothills on the east.
Yeah, it's like you're like a tour guide today, aren't you, John?
Yes.
To your right, you can see Mount Everest. But yeah, this is the general position that the Pittsburgh Knights have taken, which is fine. They're usually okay with it. I think there is a slight difficulty here for them, considering that there are a pack of rabid dogs on all sides of the mountain, just at the base, that they'll have to worry about if they ever have to come down. But here's Loops versus Wildcard. Wildcard finally making a journey from Severny and straight into the waiting arms of Loops.
Oh dear. Loops, by the way, they have one player split from them, so they are 3 players in this compound, which means going 1-for-1 leaves them 2 standing. Carrillo will be able to find the knockout wide and towards Acer, and Enigma goes very, very low, looking for the shot over the top. And it is going to be finding yet another wild card. They get taken down. 3 players from Loops is all that's needed.
Yeah, they won't be on the returnee to Severny anymore. They're completely dead.
How many more?
I'm all out. I'm out now.
Okay.
I've had my fun. Circle 3 now. Circle 2, sorry. Cloud9, though, that eliminates one more threat for themselves. Loops, on the other hand, can be feeling pretty good about that because it means the majority of the behind themselves is clear. They will know that Alpha 7, Cremreal, Betis, as well as Omen like to make that big rotation over the northern side. So they potentially might just hold out here for a little bit longer. You can see Omen on the typical pilgrimage that they tend to make. I feel so sorry for these guys. They really do. Like, I feel any car that they've driven is definitely looking more and more second-hand at this rate because they've been putting the miles in.
Absolutely. They've certainly been... They have to take their one to the mechanics after this one. But the circle shifts, and it favours Pittsburgh Knights really here on top of Everest. The question is, how long do they stay up there, Blank? Because whilst it's good for sightlines, it's pretty tricky to get away from.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably the first time that it's truly favoured them, though. A lot of times when we've had circle shift over this side, they've been kind of on the edge, and there's been an insinuation that, look, you will have to leave at some point, because unless the circle does a mad hard shift onto the top of Everest, even in that case, you will still be on the edge. Here, there is the potential for them to at least still hang on to the island on the next circle, the top of the Mount Everest, sorry. Tribe, though, just move in. Jagger has to leave his outpost, but he will receive information. And you see the car itself with glue attached to the wheels making its way up pretty much a vertical angle there. You'd love to see it.
I don't know we were playing Skyrim, goodness me.
I know, right? It basically was one of the horses, wasn't it?
He was just up there like a shot.
Yeah.
Oh dear, no, there's no hang about on this guy, is there? Jeez, he got up early.
Yeah, it's good, it's good. Jagger's back with his teammates. They're happy to see him back. He doesn't die to Tribe. So very well played. He knew they could just leapfrog back. And like I said, that's a lot of intel that's gathered now, so they at least have information on one team. And if they've been doing the jobs on the top, in terms of the free players, they'll have a whole bunch more information. And PUBG Mobile is an information game at the end of the day, John. If you can spot out where your targets are and prevent yourself from coming into contact with them, you put yourself in a much better stead. But here's Loops versus Tempo. Two huge titans of the lobby. Once again, they might clash here. Loops have a nice position within Headshot Valley, as you have so dubbed it, Mr. John. Tempo, however, they have the compound. It's still within the circle, so neither of these teams really have to press the fight here at all.
They probably don't want to either. I mean, Loops, they have invested one set of meds towards the end of the previous fight after taking at least one knock and a little bit of damage with Wildcard, that was. So we'll see what more they're able to do. And they don't have to, you're right, Blank, they don't have to push towards each other. And we'll see if Cremreal, Betis, who are out to the east, change that. Maybe there's some third parties to be had.
Yeah, talking about another team, because Loops did leave that outpost towards the riverside. The Omens actually made their way into Georgiapol, and they're in a fairly decent position. Alpha 7 is behind them, Cloud9 in front of them. So there's potential for them to get knocked here, but they're in a good spot. And depending on where the circle goes, and I mean, it has pretty much hard shift all the time during this tournament. It's been tugged around by a set of very burly men. And I'm kind of confused at this point. We really haven't seen very many central circles, have we?
We've had a yoink, we've had a yeet, but we haven't had a slap bang in the center. But that's what is exactly going to happen for the Pittsburgh Knights on this next shift. The circle, yet again, heads in towards Everest. And okay, they're just going to be able to stay there.
Nice prediction, John, there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can see the future. I love it. Pittsburgh Knights, though, this is perfect. And this is what I was talking about before. There is a chance that they get a central circle on top of Mount Everest. Wonderful. And now what they have the problem of is everyone looking towards there and thinking to themselves, this could be a great vacation for me to do some climbing and head towards the top of Mount Everest. So they will have to have a lot of control over this, continue to scout often and frequent, because Ace 1 are already making the approach up the mountain, and it will be Jagger, the first one in contact.
Darius does go down as B4 into the fight. Pedro first to face into the building. Mitz trying to hold it down for now, but when you have the B4 squad approaching, it's not the easiest thing to do. However, he gets one. No more to be found, and Gamma tries to rain it down from the hillside. One player down for B4, but two down for Mezexis as Emraz tries to walk in for the flank, tries to reposition. Maxon quite low on the outside of this building as well. If he gets spotted here, that could prove to be tricky, but in comes the run. Pops out the nade. It's a little bit cooked, but it's going to be sat on the top. You can see it just there waiting to go off, and Maxon is slowed down for now. Emraz peeks out over the ridgeline looking for the spray, but the damage goes over to him, gets knocked the barrel up close and personal, but Gamma has the micro Uzi. Not going to be enough, however. Mezexis go down to B4.
Now that's much more of what I've seen from B4 before, at least. They are a very coordinated team. They know when to wait, but now Trem has decided, you know what? This is a fight that we can potentially take. McZero's got a really nice little angle on this, though, so Trem have got to be careful. All four members are here now, so B4 McZero can actually make the front, but nades are going over towards his way, so they do have a spot on him. B4, though, they want to get recuperated. They want to heal up. There's still a lot more teams in this vicinity. Tribe could potentially even chime in on this fight.
Trem Carreta for Akawa having the third-party time of their lives in these last few games, Blank. They keep just rocking up on these engagements. It was Cloud9 over on Sandhawk. It's B4 this time around, but luckily for B4, they didn't take too much damage into that fight, and they were actually healing up during the engagement, which means that they are ready to take another one. Maybe not fully, but as best as you can hope to be prepared on a third party.
Yeah, I mean, Swagman there, he's in his mummy outfit, so you know he's perfectly capable of wrapping up any of these fights, but it feels like here they're just going to leave very, very early on here and just try and get a better position in the circle, putting more emphasis on that as they find a nice little compound towards the bottom. Ace 1, though, they're right on the cusp of the actual Mount Everest itself, and Jagger's just continually retrieving that information for his team. Omen, though, they're still towards Hospital Georgia Pole side. The next circle is about to come through.
See where it favors. Again, Pittsburgh Knights there up top, but
Ow!
Oh, okay. A hard northern shift. Includes crates over in South George.
Yeah.
Includes the northern shore of the river here, Blank.
Hell yeah, this is a beautiful circle. From an analytical standpoint, from a viewer standpoint, we were very happy. The players, on the other hand, not so much. They all have to move in here, but there will be a really interesting ending if it's on crates because there's so many places to hide, and we can have a really cool battleground to finish out map number 3 of today.
Beck got knocked for Tempo Storm, and they aren't going to turn around to get him. And in fact, it's going to be Cream Real Betis to pick it up, but they crash straight into the foothills. And in fact, Ace 1 are holding it down. No knocks just yet, but the nades go over the top. Rain very low, but able to survive for now. The bounce just a little bit janked, but they are going to be able to survive. I don't think Tempo want to stick around too long, and they're just going to mount up again.
I mean, they had... Oh, dear, Rain's out. Yeah, I mean, but they had the complete right idea of where Rain was, and I think they missed every single grenade there. So slightly scuffed from Ace 1.
Oh, no, Tenser.
Tenser runs himself over. So even more sad. B4 have actually managed to make their way into the circle as a 4. They're crashing onto Call2's compound. Loops instead favoring to stay on the roads. But V4, they want a strong position in this circle. They're starting to turn it up a little bit. H does find a pick onto Trem, but really, you wonder how long Tempo can stay in this game.
No longer. They go down to Trem Carreta for Rakao. And they will get eliminated. B4 now in an engagement with Call2. This is one of the very few compounds that isn't near the crates, Blank, and B4 are fighting for it. They're actually going to go for the flush and pay for it with a knock. A lot of them going down, but a lot of players low for Call2.
Okay.
Maxson! Oh, he cuts them in half.
Oh, that's the barrel. That's the barrel coming in clutch there. Lux, though, still alive. Once they get in, Call2 just try and provide as much information as possible. Lux is going to go for some finishes, you would imagine. Going to go for a res, in fact. And Maxon's going to do the exact same one to Mixera. So it is a 2-story fight going on here. And the story currently is that Call2 will only have 2 members, whereas B4 might have a maximum of 3.
The thing is, Call2 are much more vulnerable to crashes from other teams as well, being on the ground floor. The question is, can these nades flush out B4 in time? The nades come in as Maxon is just going to drop down that smoke. 2 players still down. The res gets completely turned around and very, very low. Uses that first aid kit. Levi out there. He's sacrificing himself for information and finally does get cleared, and Maxon gets wiped as well. It's disaster for B4. They do go down, eliminated 11th place.
And it's a beautiful nade there coming from Call2 to finish on off. They got the knock onto the just quickly res player. I think in that situation, maybe Maxon would have been better off just to rush the final player downstairs. But that's a risky play, and B4, they're not a risky team by any stretch of the word, and I think they work best together as a unit. Whereas in that fight, it felt like a lot of 1v1s where they're not able to detract some players away from sight lines and then double up that way. So B4 just are not able to fight it out versus Cult2, and Cult2 remain with 2 players still in this lobby. Loops continue to hold just on the side of this bridge, but they'll have to move as the circle goes central once again.
It is going to pop just a little bit into the middle. By the way, the Pittsburgh Knights sent all the way down Everest. They have the eastern line of crates, and in fact, that will be in the next zone. Yeah. The area outside of those crates that they are looking over is absolutely barren. I've seen one finishing circle there back in the PMCO for the South Asia region, and it was an absolute... Actually, no, it was the PMCO Berlin finals, and it was an absolute just devastation for anyone who didn't have either the crates or the shoreline. It's just so difficult to move across because it's flat concrete.
Yeah, so would you say here that like the vehicles are probably the most important thing, right? If you don't have them, and you've had to basically give them up earlier on because of rotations, you're going to be struggling towards those later zones.
It'll be very, very tricky indeed. Cloud9 moving out a little bit further north. Cream Real, Betis are going to be on the south side of the crates for now. Actually, Cloud9 going back and forth a little bit as they do take a knock. Loops are going to need to move in as well. And they're going to mount up.
Yeah, Darden actually takes a couple of shots before he's able to jump back into the buggy. We'll just quickly heal up. Omen, though, despite all their trials and tribulations early on to get here, actually are remaining within the crates with 4 players, so excellent work to them. They're going to continue in this game. Trem have a small, tiny little compound and loot. They're going to crash onto Cult2's spot. So many vehicles in here. If they can take this place, they'll have such a strong launching post. Look at all the vehicles around them. They'll be able to create a really good bit of a compound.
Well, they're able to get in there, but... Oh,
damn, Chowski.
You see that come through and you know your number is up. 1 player left standing up on the roof, it's always... He drops a nade down the stairwell to try and get a little bit of damage. Federal on the outside, looking for it as well. They know he's up on the roof. They throw a nade up. Nicely cooked. A lot of damage found. Look at that. They get the tag, and they're going to full send off this. Carrillo will be first to face. Turns the corner. They spot the shadow. They'll know he's just around the corner. The Micro Uzi is going to save you here.
This is why Loops is one of the best teams in this lobby when it comes to fighting power. What a change from the way B4 crashed on and they crashed on that. Albeit they were fighting versus 2, but that nade onto the top side was incredible. Federal not showing his position, but also holding out for the jump out on the roof. They had every single corner locked down there. There was no way that a 1v4 was even in the cards of happening. That was incredible.
Beowulf gets spotted out, and now it's just Ada left standing for Cloud9. He was able to do a lot of work on Sanok on his own, and we'll see if he's able to guard out his teammate. Mitek does get the flush down, so solo player again for Cloud9. We'll see how far they can get.
Yeah, the next circle going to come through Stu, so we'll be able to see where that goes. Drops right on top of Alpha 7. So although we are into game 3 now, Miramar was one of their best spots. Now they're trying to move that over to Erangel now. And I mean, they've got a little bit of circle look. Ace 1 though still in the game. Loops though in a very good position to move this forward. As I said before, so many vehicles available to them. Good amounts of loots here between Cult2 as well as the members from B4 who, remember, they were looting a Novo, so there'll be some very beautiful loot here to pick up.
The rotation I'm most interested in here actually is starting to pop off now. Cream Real Betis near the Pittsburgh Knights. It's Cream Real Betis who do go down, and the Pittsburgh Knights were able to get that res. But it's Pittsburgh Knights, it's Omen Elite who both have to leave crates. And this is where the runway will start to come through. Ace 1 opening up on towards Loops. 1 goes down, but it's traded. Only 1 down so far for Ace 1. Capajal near the UAS. The rest of his team a little bit further down the hill. Quinoa Bala trying to anchor the rest of this squad as Loops are down to 2.
Kinabata here just throwing out the nades towards some of these players. That will be Darden finished. And it feels like Loops are just moving out. Chowski straight as the Waters wants to get across. He can potentially play on the other side. It's good, but Federal here, now he's back in the game. Degon was talking about this guy and how he was a heavy fragger, but he's immediately removed from the game.
Now it's just 1 player standing for Loops. 3 players alive for Ace, but 2 of them have been knocked. Luckily, they do have a little bit of cover here, but the blue zone will push them. It's at their back. Omen Elite, they've crashed onto Tremcareta for a cow, and it will not be going their way for now, but it's just Nico standing. 2 players down, and everyone else crawling around as well. Nico finally falls, and it was risky business for them. They were nearly dismounted, but Tremcareta for a cow hold onto it. Pittsburgh Knights take control of the coastline.
Pittsburgh Knights here with the excellent overwatch from Everest. They'll know where majority of these teams came from. But now they're moving in. You've got Chelsea out there in the water, healing inside the vehicle. We'll have to come up for breath very soon for air. J7 now just watching this coastline. But Trem still in this game on the southern side. They'll have to move in, but Pittsburgh Knights currently not looking at towards them. 4 teams still in this one, but really on our screens, it doesn't look like there's very many remaining. You see Alpha 7 with 1 player, Grunto with 1 player. It's really the fight between the Pittsburgh Knights as well as Tremcareta for Cal. And I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, they had the excellent beginning to this game. It was perfect, and if they didn't win this game, they would have been kicking themselves.
2 solo players, they're hiding under the bridge right now, cosplaying their best trolls at the moment. So we'll see who's able to out-survive it. I think Pittsburgh Knights might be looking for some of those kills. They can throw some nades behind there and maybe pick up something. The next circle does shift inland though, so they will have to leave. In fact, the Pittsburgh Knights, they're going to scout it out in the water here. You can see Jagger is just going to go and check the angle, and he's going to know that they're there. They'll get a count as well on how many people are out in the zone. But Pittsburgh Knights get the shift as well, away from Tremcareta for a cow.
Yeah, and kind of just looking out towards Tremcareta. I mean, you said there was a couple of players playing Troll, but it's Jagger here who are demanding the toll, and the toll is death. Tremcareta taking equally just as much.
Pittsburgh Knights, we said we wanted to see them step up, but it seems like they're going to do so here. Blank. 7 kills found. They're looking for 3 more. Make that 8. 2 left to find. Tremcareta for a cow have to make the crossing at some point. You can see their vehicles all down and out. And it's all but done for them.
Yeah, painkillers on board, but it's really Trem that's feeling the pain right now. They want to move out. They've got a couple of smokes. It's a 2v4. We saw the situation between Cloud9 as well as Grunto, so there's still potential here, but the shots, they're flowing between the smoke and still into the players from Trem. That smoke, very penetrable.
Yeah, it will not provide you any solid cover. 1 goes down. It's just Senab remaining. I don't think he's going to be hoping for much more here. It's almost impossible, especially when Pittsburgh Knights have the zone, they have cover, they have everything they could possibly ask for. Raven pushes up close, 1 gets flushed, the heal does come through, but it's spotted out. And the Pittsburgh Knights put themselves double digits on the kill board, bringing them to 30 on the chicken dinner.
Fantastic work then. I mean, my main takeaway from this is that if teams are getting the zone now, they are really warmed up into this tournament, into this league. They get the zone, they know exactly what to do with it. Pittsburgh Knights there on Mount Everest. They play it very, very smart. You know, my definite MVP of that team has to be Jagger. I think the amount of information that he provided to his team and those final moments where he's getting a lot of kills was just invaluable to that win.
Absolutely. I mean, even right from the start, he was scouting out down the foothills and got the information, fell straight back to his team. So, speaking of which, we're going to go back to Kylaris. I think he's going to be summoned on in.
That's right. Hello, I'm back. We have Pittsburgh Knights, as you said, winning, doing well for themselves from Everest. Good position to scout out where everybody's moving. I think, Xander, did they end up going into crates? Because whoever came out from that battle was going to be afforded, you know, a bit of room, a bit of breadth, and then go on to do well.
Yeah, they had that little fight between Omen and Elite. Omen just crashing in and just not able to make that fight happen for them. But Pittsburgh Knights move out. They get a nice position on this side, and they just play the ridge side smartly. And I mean, they surely got the zone. And like John was saying during the game itself, it's very barren in this area. I think if you have the zone, you have a little bit of cover to play with, you already have a huge advantage coming to the circle. But I think despite that, getting 4 members to the end is commendable and really well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going over to 7 as well as Mr. Degon as well to talk about this game. And I haven't seen these circles or a circle like this for quite a while, 7. It's been a minute.
We were talking about it, and this one actually brought me back all the way to Berlin when Team Seoul won in Berlin. It was pretty much the exact same thing, and I remember them using that river pretty much that river ridge to just kind of move up. And I was hoping Loops would do something along those lines, but they didn't. They decided to go to a compound and then go back to river. It was weird.
Yeah, Digon, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I think the casters really touched on it. Once the circle had like Everest and crates and the canal, it just seemed to be like, well, if you don't have one of those spots, you're gonna have to force very uncomfortable fights. We got to see a lot of that all the way to the end.
Pittsburgh Knights fighting their way on in and getting themselves plenty of kills to boot. 10 kills coming out for the 30 points. Loops, though, as if they needed any more points. 14 kills here, so that will be pushing themselves even further above where B4 sits in that second place overall. And Tremcareta for a cow 7, getting themselves 20 points on the board here. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, and they need him. And one of the things that actually I like seeing from Tim Corretto for a cow, winning the gunfight against Omen Elite. I believe they're currently sitting in front of Omen Elite, at least before this game started, on the leaderboard. So that was huge for them. That was such a clutch play, and I love being able to see that. And B4, I believe they ended up getting knocked by Coltu, BG, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see even Coltu now starting to step it up. Once again, there's one of those teams, they're currently in 14th place. They're probably not going to get to 8th place, but they can kind of play the spoiler alert role where they'll stop teams from kind of moving up on the leaderboard even more.
Yeah, and somebody's doused the Cloud9 wildfire for this game. I feel like this is the, just calm down Cloud9 for the past 2.5 days, because they only got themselves 6 points from this game, Digon. But it was about time that they had something that was not as ridiculous as everything else we've seen in the prior couple of days.
Yeah, Cloud9 finally getting doused, as you said. For me, again, the bearer of bad news, you look at the bottom there, Wildcard and Tribe. Tribe now starting to plummet, and their opportunities are starting to close here, as they've already played multiple games. So you're starting to wonder, do Tribe have what it takes to get themselves over the hump?
And we'll see how Pittsburgh Knights is doing in regard to that old hump that they were on top of with Everest, and then moving down, as previously mentioned, through the crates and then towards that bridge area. 1,400 damage for them with a few steals as well. And when you have things like height advantage, things like terrain advantage, and you know where people are going to be moving, there is great opportunities to get a few steals here and there, Seven.
Oh, definitely, and I think this was a huge win for Pittsburgh Knights, especially with Wildcard being pretty much wiped early by Loops Esports. This was great for them. They needed to go ahead and get a win. They needed to go ahead and just get those kills as well, and hopefully this will pretty much allow them to pass Wildcard on the leaderboard.
I mean, what did you make of Seven? Sorry, Digon.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is just, to me, it's like the Knights were the bar. This was the bar of like where the points were. They are the ones that, going into this game, had 470 points on their 47th game, now rocket themselves up with a big 30-point bomb. And they're going to be tied with Team Queso, who's already played 2 more games than them. So with 2 games in the bag, like PK looking a little bit more solid.
Yeah, definitely. It is a Mountain Dew Game Fuel moment as we take a look, seeing what's going on. And B4 are already in a few fights to start things off. Likewise, so were Creme Real Betis. Seven, what have you got for me?
Yeah, B4, Creme Real Betis actually, they're starting to fall off. I don't know what's going on with them. I was hoping they would go ahead and continue the performances that we've been seeing from them, but not sure what's going on today. Hopefully they'll be able to pick it up. And right here, this fight between Colter, I feel like they went ahead and just clear this to perfection. They did end up losing a couple of players, but just the fact that they were able to win the fight against the #2 place team in the leaderboard, that is huge for them. And right here we see C9 just pretty much fending people off of this river edge, and I feel like whoever dominated this, whoever controlled that area on the river and that bridge, being able to hold those angles would probably end up winning. And it actually turned out to be just that, with PK being able to kind of move that way, rotate towards that angle and be able to win.
I mean, if you looked at the minimap there for a small moment, you saw Alpha 7 split in what was effectively a 1-1-1-1 situation there, Digon, and I feel that was a bit greedy to try and control that bridge area, because they had people over on the other side, I guess, overlooking. But if one person gets knocked alone, then that causes so many problems.
Yeah, I think it was just too many meals on the plate right there, right? You just had to basically simplify your strategy. We saw earlier Tempo Storm do a 2-2, worked out great. One got knocked. They couldn't push the one that got knocked. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much to handle there at the end.
Here's the damage coming in then across the board as Alpha 7 very close to Pittsburgh Knights in terms of damage. However, you can see the disparity between the kills that they were able to accrue. Likewise, though, Loops, a lot of damage coming in from the east side. 7, you said you liked their position over towards that kind of Harry Potter tower next towards that more easternly bridge. And then moving down to the river, I thought was a smart play. It just didn't work out quite as they wanted in the end.
Yeah, I feel like Loops could have definitely just hold off that angle. Obviously, they didn't know where the circle was going to go ahead and end up on. But for some reason, every single time I see that final circle, just play off the river and just use whatever the game gives you there. Use the trees to cover if you can. Maybe go ahead and use some of the cars that you had. Put them as cover as well. Because guess what? They went and defeated the people, Culto BGBG, that were in compound, but they had to go back to the same spot anyway. So something that they maybe can go ahead and look into going into World League. But overall, 14 kills. I mean, you can't really knock on Loops. They're so close to 300 kills, and it's not even close between kills from first place to second place.
I feel like you, in those kind of final sources, you should try and take the bridge low ground as much as possible, right? Because transitioning from that to scout to wherever you want to go via smoke, say for example Degon, is going to be much easier than doing it the opposite way, where scouting down there, you have to be right next to it before you actually see who is down there, right? So at least on the other travel, you can actually kind of peek. But anyway, we actually have highlights on the way here as well. Who's got these ones?
And this is actually going to be an interesting fight here between Loops and Wildcard, as Loops did only have about 3 players. And keep in mind, 2 players pretty much. It becomes a 2v4 here with Wildcard. Carrillo being the MVP, what I think so far of this match. And look at him go ahead and push here. I feel like, for some reason, I feel like Enigma should have definitely won that engagement right there between himself and Carrillo. Not sure exactly what happened. Maybe it might have been the difference in health that kind of threw him off and it caused him to go ahead and lay down and try to heal up, but the push from Carrillo was just perfect. It goes to show why that man is currently the MVP.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's constantly winning those. It is crazy. But the flip side of it is that sometimes when you send it and you're a little too aggressive, it doesn't always pay off. But what I like about this whole dichotomy of Loops, and that's why we're following along with their push here on Ace, is that they're willing to take those risks. That first fight we saw was like a 2.5 on 4. This time they go 4v3 into kind of the unknown. They knew that Ace was kind of there in that spot down by the river on a little bit of the ridge, even though they had the compound, and it doesn't pay off. So I wanted to show earlier that, like, hey, look, teams that are proactive are getting rewarded, not every time, but most of the time. And even Loops, who is finding themselves a bajillion points every time, you're wondering how they do it. Well, it's because they make decisions like that.
Yeah. Absolutely, you're right, and actually a bazillion points as well. We can actually take a look at how the rankings shape up right now, because they've pushed themselves even further in the lead up towards the top here. Now 655 points against the 591 of B4. There needs to be something happening, 7. There needs to be a change, a paradigm shift or something like that for Loops not to run away with this.
Yeah, and just look at the difference between the placing points between Loops Esports and B4. It's 7-point difference. What sets them apart is just their fragging power. 291 kills to 234 from B4. That is insane. That is pretty much almost 3 chicken dinners right there. Yeah. And it's so impressive. It speaks volumes from them, and I cannot wait to see Loops Esports in World League.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting crazy. Very, very crazy. Let's take a look at our 11th through 20th as well. Alpha 7 will move up that 1 spot, unfortunately, for Cool 2. They fall down just after getting themselves another chicken dinner on the board. Anything else you want to take from this, Degon, be it the top half or the bottom half?
We're seeing minimal movement by Creme Real Betis and Omen Elite here, and it's, you know, if a lot of Omen fans out in the chat and all across the world, and you're starting to wonder, like, hey, are they going to make it? You know, you got 7 matches left compared to like Alpha, GG, and Cool 2, BG, and even some of those teams at the top half that have only played 48, they got 12 matches left. You're starting to really, really stress out. And with 7 games left, you're wondering what's left in the tank for this Omen Elite squad.
7, you look like you're in thought.
Yeah, and the thing that I was seeing here from the leaderboard, something that is kind of helping Omen Elite, even though they haven't been performing to what they're capable of, is that other teams that are ahead of them, like Wildcard, like Tribe Gaming, those teams aren't really performing either. So if there is gonna be a change for Omen Elite, it needs to go ahead and be now. You can't play even more catch up. As Digon mentioned, there's only 7 games or so left. You don't want to wait until the last day and end up losing by a couple points, because that's gonna be even more heartbreaking.
Yeah, definitely will be. Definitely will be. Well, let's take a look at the schedule. We have 2 more games remaining for today. We will be moving onto the snowy lands of Vikendi in a second. And then right after that, of course, we have Erangel coming up. The winners of our games, of course, for the past, I think, just in case you're tuning in, right now we have Grunto getting themselves the first win, Kultu, and then Pittsburgh Knights. At the beginning of the day, I really felt like our lobby had like flipped or reversed. And now we're moving on to Vikendi 7. So talk to me about, I was almost going to say Castle, but you know what? I'm going to say, talk to me about Garoka. I like Garoka.
We've been waiting for it. Listen, on week 1, we pushed for Castle, the final circle, that Lord of the Rings feel, and it never happened. So at least give us another one that we won, either Garoka or Dino Park. Please, one of those 2. Which one do you choose, Digon?
Really? You like those? I love Cosmodrome. Cosmodrome is my favorite. I love just being there and being like, science was here at one point. As well as Cement Factory. Industry was in this one. So, but yeah,
there's a T-Rex.
I know, but I feel like that's such a gimmick. No one's going to fight around the T-Rex, you know? It's just there.
You can't go wrong with the T-Rex and its tiny little hands. It looks so cool.
Like in Cement Factory, I like to run around on those platforms and I feel like, oh yeah, I'm cement being pushed through these, pushed through the area.
Spider-Man feel? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I feel like the one thing...
No one else?
Just you, Digon. Just you.
Just you, buddy.
I feel like one of my favorite pastimes on Dino Park for a long time was just throwing the snowballs into the T-Rex's mouth. Anybody else did that one? That was... Come on. Somebody else would have done that
just
one.
you 2.
Just me? Damn. All right, we need to find something for 7 that's just 7. We'll do it later on. Let's take a look at rewards.
Potato aim.
Potato aim. 0 kill challenge, I remember. Potato aim, and let's take a look at those rewards that you guys can get in the game. I'm sure everybody out there doesn't have potato aim. You're all the best players. Right, that's PMPL Americas. Watch in-game and you can grab yourself some rewards as well. But tune in on Twitch as well as YouTube and join us everywhere. We might even be chatting in the chat, so you might be able to talk to us throughout the games as well. So yeah, it's going to be another Vikendi. And Digon, you obviously joining us today. How have you seen the Vikendis go? We've seen so much central play, and it feels like a compressed Sandhawk situation where you go from those 13 teams to 6 teams in the space of a circle.
Yeah, and I think not all teams are comfortable with it. You can see how teams have gotten comfortable with the tempo of Erangel, obviously, and now how they're used to the hecticness of Sandhawk. But I think Vikendi is just a map where teams don't feel comfortable, so they try to just wait until they're forced to fight and mitigate who they're possibly fighting against based off of drop spots, but otherwise it feels like it's more of a reactive match rather than a proactive type of map.
Yeah, waiting for the compression, as it were, when it comes to those circles. It does make sense. I mean, we've watched it play out in multiple locations across the map 7, and in fact, actually one place that Digon brought up towards Cosmodrome is it feels like that was kind of one of the places where we didn't quite see the same compression, where everybody's used to getting these compounds here, there, and everywhere, because north of Cosmodrome circles we've had have just been nuts because there's so much kind of open area around that space 7.
Yeah, I think at one point we saw loops up in Cosmodrome just waiting for the right time, and then they went ahead and pushed up another team. The thing with Cosmodrome is there's just so many places where you can kind of hide and just be at bay, just wait it out pretty much, and it becomes more of a heal off. And something that we have seen before in Vikendi is heal ups. Well, today will we be seeing any heal ups? Team Queso's not here, but it could happen.
It could happen. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll chat with you on Vikendi in a mo as we now bring on our commentary team for our last 2 games. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Snows and Dave. Yes, there we go. How are you doing, Alex? You feeling good?
Yeah, not bad. It's finally a really sunny day here in England, so just enjoying the early morning walks. I say early morning, I'm working in the evenings. More about the 2-3 p.m. walks, just walking around, enjoying the sunshine and getting my vitamin D in.
Actually, I heard that it was hot. How hot is it? Because England's normally rain.
Okay, it's warm enough to where I have to close all the windows and all the curtains inside my room, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me properly. It's the sun's shining and it's gleaming, and I can't enjoy it yet, but tomorrow is a day off, and it's meant to be the hottest day tomorrow, so...
Oh, jeez. So my usual environment is what you're saying, because I'm a vampire. I don't go outside and I keep all the curtains closed anyway. So, how about yourself, Dave? How are you doing?
I live in Florida, so that's every day. Every day for me. I'm outside with my sunglasses. I'm outside in my bathing suit, just getting that full body tan going.
Dave, have you been to Gatorland? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, of course. Yep, that's not too far from me. Get on the airboats and you feed the gators some raw chicken and call it a day.
That's what we need. We need airboats in PUBG Mobile. Anyway, right, I'm gone. Enjoy, boys. Enjoy.
Thank you, Kalaris. Well, Dave, game 4, it's Vikendi, and obviously I think Degon really summed it up very well, 7 as well, what they said. It's all about that phase 5, phase 6 circle when everything really starts to come to fruition. Until then, it's more about teams learning the map. I actually really agree with the sentiment that the desk had, where teams seem a lot more comfortable on the faster paced maps such as Sandhawk, conversely to a slower paced map like Vikendi.
Yeah, for sure. And, the desks, they've been hitting on all types of points here today. Loops, they're about 9 points from getting 300 kills. It is actually insane for the squad. I mean, this is a team that all those teams looking at their competition for Worlds, they're definitely going to need to keep their eye on. So, just a quick recap. Grunto, Call2, Knights, those have been the squads who won those chicken dinners here today so far. Personally, I'm looking at Cloud9. They're in 3rd place so far. They've been having some good games, and all that. Omen Elite, they've been having some spicy rotations here today. So definitely up at the top of my list to get some chicken dinners to wrap up the day here, Alex.
Ooh, we might actually have some action a bit earlier here in Vikendi. It seems like we've had a bit of a hot drop here towards Dobro, Mesto in the eastern side of the island. This is just south of, or sorry, should I say north of where Cloud9 are dropping, as we can touch on them very shortly as pros are going to be dropped. And of course, the salient point whenever we mention Team Solid is there's only 3 players for this squad due to issues with the team, which means they've lost pros already just a minute and a half into the matchup. And with that, Team Solid now forced to just 2 players moving forward. But I want to touch on a few points as well, Dave. I think for me, what I'm looking at is this 8th to 6th place. Obviously, Team Queso, they're not playing today. Team Queso usually a very good map. Usually very good on Vikendi. It's one of the strongest maps. Whereas when we have the Pittsburgh Knights and we have Wildcard Gaming in 8th and 7th and Team Queso in 6th as well. But Team Queso, they have 2 more games played. So they're going to be really worried about these teams here that are 7th, that are 8th, that are only, well, I mean, the Pittsburgh Knights are on the exact same points. And below them as well, Wildcard Gaming 3 points behind, Dave. For Team Queso, they're going to be watching today's games with some stress.
Not only that, I mean, teams that are in the actual lobby, Wildcard, like 2 days ago, weren't they like in 3rd or 4th place?
Yeah,
they've been slipping down every single game. Currently, they're in 8th place on the overall leaderboards. They're still averaging around 10.4 points per game, which is pretty solid. But, yeah, this is a team that they're going to need to really pull a lot of strings to make sure that they can continue or at least regain that momentum that they've had before.
Well, let's start speaking about the zone then. As we did have at the start of our screens, of course, it's towards the south. It feels like every single zone we have seems to go towards at least Volnova and Abbey and Winery. So a lot of these teams, we're speaking of Alpha 7, Ace, Loops, Kultur, etc. These are the kind of teams that are going to be favoring this one as well. I think C9 is well going to be happy with this kind of zone as well, Dave. I mean, they're there towards Vahar. They have their vehicles. They can rotate towards the western side of Dino Park, try getting underneath these teams. Although the first team they may face is, of course, Loops, who, as you said, they're just miles ahead of everyone else here.
Yeah, you got Loops 9 kills away from being 300 kills on the overall leaderboard. And just looking at points in total here, Mezix and Team Solid, they don't even have 300 total points yet. And one team in particular, Team Solid, they've been having some unfortunate, some unlucky days. I mean, just the past 2 days alone, they have about 5 to 6 16th places per game. So they're coming to the lobby, they're dropping, and like we saw there just a moment ago, Proza, they're just getting caught off guard. So Pepe, Kevin out there in the distance, hopefully they can remain undetected. I mean, if fighting, if fragging is not your strong suit, maybe just try to go for placement points and challenge yourself and see how far you can make it.
Speaking of how far you can make it, I think Grunto are a testimony to that. Ever since we saw them have a few adjustments to the lineup, they tried with the full Vietnamese, if you remember as well. I think it was, the end of week week 1 or maybe the start of week 2 when they brought in Ran as well and then replaced it with Sixless. But it seems like the best composition from Grunto, the past week at least, we've seen a massive rise of them, is when they actually made the change for Bucky bringing in Ran. And it feels like Ran has brought so much firepower to Grunto.
Yeah, Ran has been doing a really good job. What was it? Last game actually. Q was able to get, a wild card though, and B4. This is a good fight.
Whoa, I mean, B4 have really been struggling so far today. They were taken out really early in that last game. I believe it was Couture. Yeah, it was Couture that wiped them out. And obviously they went on to win it as well, as Wildcard Gaming actually going to be the team to fall out 16th. And
we were just talking
mentioning, yeah, we were literally just mentioning the fact that Wildcard Gaming, they've slipped from that top spot in the top 3 of the overall leaderboards this week. And here they are again in an awful position, coming 16th here in Vikendi. And, you know, one of the first chicken dinners that Wildcard ever had was on Vikendi week 1.
Yeah. Week 1 as a whole. And it's the same story when it comes to Wildcard and checking out their results from scrims. Like week 1, they dominated. They got a bunch of chicken dinners, but then, you know, the 3 weeks that followed that, they just kind of, you know, slowly just kept dwindling on away. And, you know, that's the same thing right here. I mean, being taken out in 16th position, they're currently in 8th place. Like, they need to get a chicken dinner. They need to kind of get that confidence back because, I mean, I can only imagine, you know, being in that top 8 for the whole tournament and then the last week just letting go of that lead. It's got to be nerve-wracking. And Grunto looks like they are going to be finding at least Pepe for the time being. We got Kevin over here watching their squad mate get looted. Unfortunate.
Pepe's in the chat for that one. All down to Kevin. How many times have we said that? Kevin now going to be last alive for the side of Team Solid, so he can try and snake out the win. To be fair, though, we actually saw in the first game of Wrangle today, Team Solid comes 6th when there were actually 3 players, so I thought that was very impressive. And it begs the question, right, what would have happened if we saw a full squad every single day for Team Solid? Would they have been 20th? Would they have overtaken Mazexis? Not sure. Either way, though, Ran, man of the hour for the side of Grunto, is actually going to be left alone as Kevin just wants to try and save himself for those placement points.
Yeah, and, you know, hopefully for Team Solid, you know, they got a couple more games to go. Maybe try to get that 4th member. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the team, but I know changes are still available because last game we saw Alpha 7, GG. They actually swapped out Rolex for a game or a couple games with a new player called Gazme, who was able to also, you know, kind of acquire some additional placement points. We saw last game a couple of those Scuba Steves swimming for placement points. So, I mean, yeah, it is late in the game to make these dramatic changes, but then again, if you're not top 8, now is the time, right? Now is the time to go for that change and hope that it works out for the best.
Yeah, and that's why we really look at teams like Trem Caretta. We're looking at teams like Omen Elite. We're really looking, me personally, I'm really looking at Tribe. Tribe, they were up at the top at the end of, or the middle part of week 2, they were looking so strong. I remember I DM'd King A and I was like, dude, like, congratulations, your team's playing sick. And he replied with, we're still not playing well enough. And I wasn't sure how to react to that. I was like, oof, you know, you're doing really well. I understand you want to be perfect, but you also have to, you know, celebrate success sometimes, because if you have that same negative voice when you're winning, well, it's not quite very effective when you're losing. And the steam or the wind has been taken out their sails as they're now down around that 10th position, and they need points. They need to have that day where they just show up and they get that 81 day. Or, for example, I mean, look, total kills. We've had C9 that had 17 on Erenka. That was yesterday. We've also had Vikendi, 17 kills as well for Tribe in week 1. Show us that again here.
Yeah, and that's a really important, you know, concept, especially for the IGL. Like, if you're having a couple rough games, is the ability to make sure that your squad doesn't get tilted that day. Maybe at the end of the day, go over all 5 games, and then, you know, maybe get a little, you know, in your feelings at that point in time. But that's after the games are already done. So it's a very important concept for IGLs to, you know, not only maintain the authority when it comes to making calls and the squad, you know, being confident in those calls, but also to keep the emotions, the mental aspect of your teammates up on a high note, at least when you're performing here at the top level of competitive play in the Americas.
Ace 1 on our screens. We've seen before they've had some very favorable circles. 4th actually in the Erengale game earlier, but again, same testament for Ace 1. When the circles do go in their favor, they always get top 5 finish, but they just can't seem to get in dinner. They've been hungry for these past few weeks, and it'd be brilliant to see them have that chicken dinner here in Season 1, and then going into the next seasons of PMPL Americas, just see a team like Ace1, Kultur, you name it, start to blossom as their experience starts to increase, as Kultur, they're going to be hot off the back of that win that they just had, as Beowulf has been dropped, and now for C9, it's a rescue mission.
Yeah, look at this. They got the knock on the Beowulf and the insta-push right here. Fran pulling up, trying to get the confirmed. Pyro with the MP5, spraying up down. Nice little trade, Alex.
Yeah, it is indeed. Paolo's going to be directly behind him as well, as he has always, for the advantage as well in terms of numbers. That's a 2 versus 3 as Grunto, and now they want a piece of the action. I mentioned it just moments ago. Rand bringing that extra firepower, and look who's beside him. It's Sixless. These are the kind of prolific fraggers that you want out of Grunto, and they're even going to be taken down uneven as well. C9, they're just down to Adder, as Beowulf and Pyro have both been confirmed. Although, Adder, now, last alive standing, uneven, still has to be revived. He's managed to take down 2 other players here from Grunto, but there's still more to come as they are going to be reviving as well. And there you have it, C9 out in 14th, and you said it, Dave, you were looking out for them.
Definitely looking out for him, and Grunto definitely with that third party getting ultra aggressive here. Not something that we are used to seeing on Vikendi. Usually it's a lot of teams just in their compounds, taking these pot shots at each other back and forth. But Grunto here in the shot, seeing the kill feed, wanting to get a taste of it for themselves. They saw Cloud9 were being bunkered down by Call2, the pull up right in time. Let's see if they can come out on top of this one. They already have 5 kills. This is a good start for Grunto.
Yeah, well, it's a good start if they can survive the start. I mean, we're only 10 minutes in, and that's basically the first hurdle of Vikendi. Molotov going out there towards the flank side from Kultur, as Omen Elite may be joining us here for a 4th party. Lots of parties today. Remember, 2 meters apart, please, gentlemen. As for Grunto, at least they still have a few players standing. I mean, Ran, Sana, they can try and get away here, it seems. But now that Omen Elite are here, that can be a diversion for Kultur.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? It makes perfect sense. As every game is played, that's one less game that you're going to have the opportunity to rack up points on the overall leaderboard. And this is Omen. They're in 12th place right now. Grunto all the way down there in 16th. So going for placements alone is just not the name of the game if you're not up there in that top 8. So Omen Elite looking to reposition here, looking to get the wraparound, maybe get some alternate angles onto Rand and Grunto over there. Looks like Fran going to be tossing out a smoke, Call2 still alive. They're able to get those revives. They have 4 up right now. Looks like Omen Elite actually going to be pulling off this one. Very interesting.
Yeah, they're actually going to be rotating towards Abbey, and Abbey's completely cleared right now. There's Trem Caretta there towards the eastern side of it, but nevertheless, Trem Caretta still outside of the compound that Omen Elite are going to be going inside of, and it's still inside the fairly central-ish part of the zone. So for Omen Elite, they can still be in a good position to rotate from. And for Omen Elite as well, they didn't really risk much. They got information, they took a few shots, Angry took a few bullets, but besides that, there's still 4 players alive and they can go on strong.
And that's the plan. That's the plan out here. Fran with that SLR. Currently inside the smokes. Looks like Omen Elite. We've seen, who was the teams? It wasn't Omen. It was the Night Star. Remember the Knights? They were
was
out
it
that
the Knights versus Grunto? I think it was the Knights versus Grunto.
Yeah. That was
2 players.
This is a nice spot. This is a nice spot to hold right now.
Yeah, amazing spot. I mean, directly inside the center, you have really good compound and coverage as well. You can see the hills behind you, and you have the windows as well. So if a team was to try and, crash you from the rear, you're going to be ready for it in terms of lines of sight. And then the same as well for Trem Caretta. They're inside the center of the circle, and this is the part where it's like the phase 2 of Vikendi. Phase 1, loot up, get compounds inside the center of the circle. Phase 2, just hold these compounds for as long as you can. Phase 3, just wait for that phase, 5, 6 circle, and then at that point, you have to make your rotations, and that's when, things start hitting the fan.
Exactly, and we're going to see that here in a couple of moments. So looking at the overall leaderboards, coming into today, a couple of interesting things that kind of stuck out to me, and I'm really happy. I'm happy for these squads because they've come such a far way. Am I going to be able to get to that point? Looks like Tribe doing some scouting. They might have recognized Omen Elite right in front of them. Seeing that quick U-turn. But what I was saying, back at Scrims, this was a total of 64 games. B4, they only had 1 chicken dinner. Loops, no chicken dinner. XQ, 1 chicken dinner. So in 64 games, B4, 1 chicken dinner. Looking at them right now, with 53 games played, they have 7 chicken dinners. XQ, they got 5. Loops with 5. So these teams definitely utilizing all that scrim practice, and they had just came into PMPL excelling everybody's expectations. And I'm just really happy that these teams are starting to blossom and bloom and develop their own play styles here in the Americas.
It's about what you do with the opportunities that you're given to, right? I mean, this happens in all sports, esports, you know, whatever you want to describe it as, you name it, any competition. When you have players on C9, you have players on, you know, whatever team, Omen Elite, that have that international LAN experience, maybe playing 2 months of online scrims doesn't seem quite as competitive or as much of a challenge, and therefore maybe they didn't put as much effort into it like we see from Loops, like we see from B4, who, you know, would give everything for the chances just to be able to showcase how good they really are. And you can see the amount of ground they managed to cover as a team in those weeks and those months online in scrims. They've really, really just evolutionized themselves.
Yeah. I mean, such an improvement. You know, just looking at them at the very beginning to now, and I'm excited. I'm excited for a lot of these teams moving forward. Remember, top 8 at the end of this. Top 8 go on to the World Leagues, and even if they don't qualify, these teams below top 8, I'm 100% confident that we'll see them again, and hopefully they'll be able to get that redemption moving forward. So getting a nice little aerial view. Looks like Nunez from Ace.
Ooh,
trying to take some bolty shots out there onto Alpha 7, but we also have the Knights over here as well. This is just south of Volnova, so this is pretty center.
Yeah, we have the next zone coming in about 30 seconds or so as well. So it's really important for these teams to start to scout out their potential routes when they rotate. This might not be a situation where Ace actually takes shots towards Pittsburgh Knights or towards Alpha 7, but more so scout out potential rotation routes and think, okay, well, there's a team here, there's a team there. Let's go towards the eastern side of Volnova, which is currently completely empty. Maybe use that as your rotation path. What's also really surprising, when I went back and watched some of the games of Vikendi from before, is a lot of the times with these northern, how do I explain, not northern zones, but the northern part of the circles that we get, typically towards the southwestern side, again, look, it's so open. There's only B4 that are north of Volnova. Besides that, no one's there. And look how much ground now B4 have completely to themselves. They've got a river behind them, so they can use that 180 perspective. If any of these teams like Alpha 7 or Tremcoret or Tempo start to push up, they've only got one angle to worry about. So B4 in a very strong position.
Very strong position. Not only that, they were able to acquire a crate, and they have to be almost certain that nobody's going to be north of them to castle. Nobody really likes to play that castle terrain. So they're going to be setting up pretty good. We see Tribe trying to make the rotate on into the zone. Omen Elite doing the same thing. Call 2 in Winery. Loops, they look to be avoiding Call 2 at all costs. Might be running on into Mezix, but really, this fight, Volnova, will the Knights, will they get a little aggressive? I mean, they got a chicken dinner here today, so they got some wiggle room to work with, in my opinion, and might even have that confidence, that momentum from last game's chicken dinner. And if they get a knock on Ace, I got to say, they're probably going to push it. I know there's a nice little gap between them, but we might see them popping vehicles and trying to get the thirst, because I hate to say it, but Ace, they're in 17th position on the overall leaderboards. No chicken dinner so far. And I feel like now that we're at this point in the game, a lot of these teams at the top, or at least trying to compete to get to the top, are going to take advantage of these teams on the lower bracket. Loops, though, with the pull.
Whoa! Whoa, what's going on here? Mazexis were thinking, what in God's name was that? So much confidence there as they just came barreling down the street, and now they know exactly whether it's, oh no, it's not even Mazexis, this is Pittsburgh Knights. Raven's thinking, what the hell's going on? He heard the drive-by coming out, he heard the shots coming out from Enraz, and now he's trying to say, look mate, that wasn't me, that was my mate, that wasn't me, I'm not a part of this. I'm not a part of this.
Look at the Knights, they are going to be tossing out some smokes, tossing out some grenades. They see Loops, they hear Loops. Loops able to make it on into Volnova. So we're going to have Mezix, we're going to have Loops, the Knights, Grunto, and Ace. So that's 5 different teams in Volnova. Out here on the outskirts, Call 2 versus Omen Elite.
Oh wow, Luxy as well, he's so open to Zute, Juicy. All of the players actually are really in such good line of sights here from Omen Elite. They can just, well, actually, maybe not, because of the slight divot here in the hillside. Maybe they can't see Luxy just creeping down here. He's going to be coming down the side of that rocky terrain now. But even so, Omen Elite know precisely where Kultur are lurking. And the question is now, how good is the defense for Kultur? We know that they can be strong in crashing compounds, but how good are they when the tides are turned not in their favor. As Fran coming up over the top here with the PP buys and connecting the shots. It's actually going to be Trem Caretta here trying to go for the third party there in the compound just to the, what is that, to the south it seems as well. They're so close to all of these squads as for the side of Omen Elite have to be worried now as well. A standoff for Crimro Batiste might be able to add in a few shots here to these two teams that are currently fighting, although two players now left standing for the side of Omen Elite. It's all down to one. Angry has to try and keep his team alive, and he does just that. Coulter taken up, but there's more shots though. I think it's going to be Cream. I think it's Cream. Oh dear. Yeah, it's Cream from so far away. They're not even inside the zone here. They're inside the blue zone. They're taking damage. But the revive is ticking, and it's ticking on down. Zute is back up. Omen Elite still have a chance. Carnage. Oh, he's inside some carnage right now. Inside no man's land here. All towards Volnova.
So yeah, we did see the next zone pop. That's why we started to see a lot of these teams kind of scatter out here. Loops taking full advantage of that. Carnage going to be bleeding on out. Dadden trying to get the thirst. I mean, Carnage definitely one of the key fraggers on the squad for the Knights here. So the Knights, their main objective right now, pick up Carnage. Get him up here so that we can have our numbers moving forward. But Mezix, right there on the outskirts, they're in the zone. They're going to be trying to third party this one. Looks like Ace, they're on the move as well. Two members from Grunto. So we were talking about it. Volnova, just a hotbed right now for action.
Yeah, and right now there's 5 teams all on the precipice of this Phase 5 circle. It's Phase 6 circle that is typically the one that starts to annihilate these teams in half from 12 to 6. And, well, we're here at 12 right now, so maybe we're going to be having that happen. Or maybe it's the caster's curse as Kremro Batiste down to 2 players. They're in an exchangement right now with Alpha 7 who have 3 alive. And it's low HP as well for Italox, who should be taken down momentarily as, yeah, they're going to be finding him out. Midtech finishes the job there. So Kremro Batiste, they're down to just Nitsu now as the last player. More players being dropped, though, from Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, and one thing to note, B4, their placement, their decision to be just north of this, paying off right here, right there on the coast. Tribe, they did go for like a 500 IQ rotate, playing it safe, playing it passive. They are going to have to make the move. But before we get to that, Ace out here tossing some mollies, trying to connect onto the Knights. Looks like one molly will be finding Jagger. Jagger forced to crawl on out from that molly, from being burnt alive right now.
Yeah, both these teams have a player dropped. It's Jagger from the Pittsburgh Knights and it's Nunez from the side of Ace 1 as they're still going to be having some exchanges. Oh, the grenade though. Yeah, that grenade might start this off though. If they can try revive Nunez, he's actually back onto his feet. The heal coming through as well. And now in a 3 versus, no, a 4 versus 2. Carnage, he's been killed off by Quinn. Oh, they are really being caught off guard here. And now Loops as well. They're really close proximity. I mentioned before, they're all on towards the edge of the circle. All these teams in the same position. Pittsburgh Knights, they're a ticking time bomb as a bomb exploding just at the feet of J7. Manages to survive though.
Yeah, the Knights getting sandwiched right now. Just unlucky. That's such a good position in Volnova, but, you know, that shift just forcing them to go on out of there. Loops with 4 up right now. Looking to get a couple picks, but Mezix getting some nice shots through these windows here onto Loops.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this position is too good. The Pittsburgh Knights were really correct in choosing it, although it seems, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams are still here in the zone as well. Once it comes in, momentarily, they're all going to be forced to be outside in the open as J7, well, he might be forced out a lot quicker there as the Molotov is at his feet, although it does eventually extinguish, and he will be able to get the heal off just in time, but still down onto this ticking time bomb. When will the candle burn out for Pittsburgh Knights?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, how many mollies have been thrown on to the Knights? I counted at least 5 at this point in the game. Ace, though, still with 4 up. You still got Paralyzed out here with the SLR, trying to get the snipes onto Alpha 7. You got 2 vehicles, you got Dacia, you got a Zima. So no matter where this next circle goes, we might see Ace just, you know, hop in those cars and just straight YOLO send it to a better position and avoid all these teams that are currently find themselves in the south. And here comes the push from Luke.
Oh, this is all so good for Tribe. These are the kind of teams that they need to be dying. Teams like Trem Caretta, teams like C9, or should I say more like Omen Elite as well. No, Tribe! Oh, they're out. They died to the play zone. Loops as well have done so well. They wipe out the Knights. Oh, the tables are going to be so similar now going forward. And the question is for Ace 1, can they be the one to take down the Titans? Can they be the one to take down Loops? They have 4 players alive. Dart and Federal have forced to go for the heal, so that's 5 seconds where they're going to be no use really for their team as Federal caught off guard onto low HP as, oh no, Paralyze. Well, living up to his name here is his forces to roll back as he wasn't able to finish off that player that was onto low HP. I believe it Darden is Federal as well. Is still onto low HP too, so the heal does come through. We're still into 4 versus 4. They're paralyzed to be healed back up here as Loops now find themselves with the advantage. Quinn has the window as well, so we can spot the flank towards the left side if Federal does decide to push it, but the smoke will shroud the vision. Now the flank is on.
Yeah, we got about 4 to 5 different smokes up here. We'll be blocking the sight lines that Ace has onto Loops, and this is when you start to see those pans. You know, these players, they take out the pans because it limits the sound, the audio cues that the enemies can hear now. As Loops, they're going to be pushing up to this broken wall, but we got to note, this is not in this zone, so both Loops and Ace, they really can't spend too much time on this one. They need to take each other out here so that they can have a fighting chance to just make it on into this next zone. And here comes Ace already tossing these smokes. They got the game plan.
Yeah, grenades as well. Smokes being deployed as a exit route if it's needed. You can see actually that they're trying them to allow them to cross in case Loops or Emraz. Case of Mezexis was trying third party. This is Loops now shooting off to Tempo Storm. We have to remember Tempo Storm did win yesterday as the zone starting to constrict, and this is going to force, this is going to force the hand from Paralyzed. This is going to force the hand from a lot of teams. Whoa, Karilho just drops down under the bullets. That was some Matrix stuff. I know I haven't seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Caban. He takes down Quinn as well. What is this? The gun skill from Loops is coming up top trumps right now, and Quinn in the blue zone deteriorating now, as well as there's only Nunez left alive for the side of Ace 1, and even so is inside the lighthouse, but Alpha 7, Tempo Storm, all in close proximity.
Yeah, I mean, Paralyzed definitely having the backstab ability. Oh, they already see Nunez in the smokes, and there goes the spray down. Good try from Ace, and here comes the push up from Mezix. Now Mezix also going to be getting that love tap from the zone. A lot of these teams just not really taking into consideration how much this zone hurts, and Kowalski still up and out of getting pushed on by HH2 for the spray down.
Here comes Tempo, and that's going to be Loops out in 4th. We're down to 3 teams, Dave. What has just happened? In a moment of seconds, it felt like there were still 12 teams alive. Mezexis now feeling the heat. 1 player left, it's Mitz. And for the side of B4, there's still 4 players alive. And post Storm, they want to go back-to-back and win 2 Vikendis in a row. And it does seem likely they're currently sitting on 8 kills, so regardless, if they come second, they're going to be very happy points that they have. But of course, we know Tempo, we know how competitive they are. They want the kills, Dave. As we heard it before, it was HH24 and Tensa who were trying to argue who could get kills in PMPL Americas. Well, this is the kind of going to show it up as Mitz. Oh, this is so good. This is working so favorable in the hands of Tempo as the one player from Mezexis able to do so much against B4, drops 2 players, kills 2 players, and Mixera has been dropped in Tempo. Well, that's the signal, isn't it, Dave? Now it's HH24 trying to finish off what it seemed like Mezexis had started. Down to Pedro with the micro Uzi, but it's a micro chance to win it, and yeah, B4, they go out, Tempo Storm. Wow, they make it happen, and as well, finish with 12 kills.
I mean, Tempo Storm, they definitely need to give Mitz a high five right there. Taking out 2 members, you know, just snaking it right there. And I got to give it to HH24, trying to get the final kill of the game with blowing up that gas can. That's something that I love to see being utilized here.
Yeah, and as well to mention, Ace 1 finishing 5th, Loops in 4th, but Loops did get a few kills as well, so they're going to be happy with their overall average. Mezexis in 3rd. Really good performance from them. James, do you expect this? James, if you're out there, just, you know, if you're going to pay magic for me.
You gotta keep rolling. You gotta keep rolling.
Keep believing.
We're back. Yeah, Tempo Storm. Jeez Louise, 2 Vikendis in a row here, Dave and Alex. And when you look at how that game ended up, I was talking to the guys in the back. I'm like, you know what? We might go over towards Volnova. This would be crazy. I felt like I gave the teams a curse that were in Volnova, though, Dave, because getting out there was difficult.
A curse for some, but not for teams like B4, who were just north of that on the coast, just pretty much playing the zones on the edge until at the very end, we saw they were forced to make the pull-up. Same thing with Tempo, you know, playing the edge, definitely paying off, because all those teams that went into Volnova, they just got wiped with that zone at the end.
Yeah, brutal. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to head over to 7 as well as Degon here for our Vikendi breakdown and Tempo Storm. Beyond, you know, the Vikendis that we're seeing from them, I want to see more in the bucket, but I mean, they were able to get themselves another win. We've got Fuzzy 7 to start things with us, but I'm sure you'll get into focus.
Let me see if I can fix it here.
Oh, geez. No, back up. All right.
Oh,
Nope, nope.
God.
Wait. Do your crouch strategy. That worked last time.
Let's see.
Wait, what?
Wait for it. Nope.
Damn it. All right, never mind. All right. Dagon, talk to me. Is Tempo Storm getting themselves a win?
Yeah, Tempo Storm solidifying their spot, I believe, in World League. You know, they have the least amount of games played out of teams still playing currently, and are the only team that can possibly catch loops in terms of kills with performances like these. So 32 bomb, huge for them, and big assist, big ups to Mezexis there. I think it was it Mitz? Mitz was just hanging out there at the very end to basically hand this one over on a silver platter to Tempo Storm. He said, thank you very much, we'll take the whole chicken.
Yeah, 32 points coming in for Tempo. Very, very nice indeed. But B4 and Loops, they're hot on their heels, and that's absolutely what not a lot of this lobby wants to see by any stretch of the imagination. Plenty of points for them coming in. 9th through 16th, 7. Just a few points here and there. Call2 getting themselves 5. Tremkreta, 5. What do you think?
Yeah, Cole2 actually has been challenging a lot more higher teams, just pretty much talking about that spoiler role that I've been saying over and over again. It seems to be working for them, and they're building into it, and we're starting to see that also from Mezexis, so pretty good stuff from them all around. Overall, though, I want to see Tribe, man. Tribe has been really quiet today. We need more out of them if they want to go ahead and make it into top 8. Same with Wildcard.
Yeah, it's not quite working out, and it's a little bit of a shame considering the first week Dagon, where I feel like Tribe was, you know, popping. They were doing pretty damn well for themselves, and there's been a little bit of a slide. We'll take a look at the team stats here whilst we talk about that. What are your thoughts, Dagon?
Yeah, I think, as you can see, Tempo taking a ton of damage, a ton of fights, and able to capitalize on it. And we highlighted them over on Sandhawk with their journeys across the map. With Tribe, to me, I think it is unlucky because we have seen them start a couple games with today with kills to kick things off, and they just haven't been able to close things out. They're getting third-partied, or they're dropping one by one, which we've seen in the past. And I think if you're Tribe, it's a very different situation than possibly a team like Wildcard, who are trying to take these fights and just losing them like straight up, and it's starting to take a toll on the mental of them. So I think if it's Tribe, it's stick to your plan, keep playing together. You got great fraggers on your team, and the thing that's got them to being one of the best teams in the first half of the league was off of killing. You got to keep taking those fights and just hope that it's going to go well.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for this game, and we've had a few of these kind of more southern circles here, 7, but not quite this one, where we had a lot of teams committing to Volnova, and it's my usual mantra, my friend, like, if you're going to commit to the city, you better sure as hell think it's going to end in the city, because if not, it's going to be a killing field.
Yeah, it kind of gave me flashbacks back when Lazarus won an Erangel outside of Yasnaya. Exact same thing. People are just being reluctant to go ahead and leave the pretty much the town and waiting until the last minute. Overall, though, it worked for Loops. And as you're seeing here, some engagement between Crim Real Betis and A7. I think those two teams are another. I think A7 so far has had a lot better performances than we've seen in previous days. And PK overall maintaining that top 10 mentality and making sure they at least got to the top 10. But Loops, I think, and we're gonna be able to break this down later as well, Loops just showing their skill right there. That play alone, it's insane for that player to be able to react that quick and also catch the other player that was jumping up, get those headshots and knock them. That's so impressive, and that's something that's so hard to do in the game as well. It goes to show just the skill that these players have from Loops Esports.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall damage here from this lobby as well, though, as it's going to be pretty even across the board, apart from what we're seeing from Tempo Storm. And that's kind of we had that 5-horse race out of Volnova, right, Dagon? And when you're in a situation like that, if you move too early, you're dead. If you move too late, you're dead to the blue and you're kind of stuck. You've got to have the exact right timing getting out of there.
Yeah, and it was so tough to watch. I think we were watching PK. They picked one fight against, I think it was Ace, and then Loops came on from behind, and it was just, I loved the fact that we stuck and got to watch how all of that permeated out. That is fascinating to see 3 different decision-making trees in 3 different situations, all in the same spot, all in the city, basically right next to each other, within nades length of each other. So that was very fun to watch the decision-making. And unfortunately for PK, they try to be proactive and take fights on one end. They get shot from behind, they get shot from in front. You got to see that not work out. And the 2 teams that were patient eventually really it came down to the gunfights, and Loops, as they've done all season long, winning those handily.
Yep, and again, we've said it many times today, it's not what a lot of this lobby wants to see. They've got themselves even more points on the board to push themselves high. Time for the analysis highlights. Seven, who's got this one? Is it you or Degon?
Degon's going to be taking this first one.
Yeah, so with the first one here, again, less of like, hey, this is highly, a big technical fight, and more of like the implications of this fight. And it's wild card, again. PK got themselves a chicken dinner in the last game, so now they have a little bit of cushion, breathing space, and you could see all this space to go to, and wildcard happened to go right into B4, and B4, they were challenging for the crown, and Loops have turned it on, so this is why it's important. Survival to make it into World League, and challenging for that top crown between B4, who's been on a little bit more of a skid right now, and wildcard, who just looks like they forgot to wake up, and wildcard immediately get in, immediately die 4 minutes into the map. It's just, it's tough to see right now.
Yeah, and right here, we're just going to see the breakdown of Loops on this push for Ace, and it comes down to pre-fire. I believe at one point, it was Federal that was able to pre-fire one of the Ace players, and overall, right there, Kowalski, being able to hit those shots on the player that peaked, and then on top of that, on the player that went ahead and jumped up. That's so impressive to go ahead and see players do that. I've only seen it from a couple players, but now I'm starting to see just everybody being able to do that. It's so huge. And then they just go ahead and push up as a team and finish the last player from Ace. Keep in mind, a lot of players from B4 and also Miss X's were just waiting for him, which kind of sucks for them. And something to speak a little bit more of the B4 fight and wildcard. Something I really enjoy from B4 is as soon as the two teammates in the back heard wildcard, they started fighting. The other teammate from B4 did a complete U and went back to help them out, so great teamwork from them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the overall ranking then and see how much more of a lead Loops has gained themselves, because with only just now another team breaching into that 600-point mark, Loops is well on their way to already breaching into the 700-point mark later on down the next day or two here with 669 points. 611 points going over towards B4. But Tempo Storm now makes a move up along with Pittsburgh Knights as well into a pretty decent position. So, Degon, Tempo Storm's in the spot here to at least challenge for a third place, maybe even a little bit more.
Yeah, and Tempo Storm's average of points per game, because again, they have a couple games in hand, is 11.2. B4 is 11.3. So you think maybe when things average out, Tempo Storm might be in touching distance of that second place.
Yeah.
And this is the Tempo Stormer Bold. Like right there, this warms my heart that I'm like, hey, what I hold to be true, North American PUBG Mobile, Cloud9, Tempo Storm. Omen Elite, not there, but at least two of the three that I'm used to seeing at the top are turning it on. This second page, though, it is starting to get almost too late here for Omen Elite. They got caught in a rotation, no points. I think maybe one squad wipe, maybe, but they ended up getting shot from distance, and Zute was forced to try and 1v lobby it and didn't quite work out there. But Cremreal, Betis, and Omen Elite starting to run out of time with only 6 games left for them.
Yeah, 1v lobby is a bit difficult. I'm going to agree with you. It's not the easiest of plays. Not the easiest of plays by any stretch of the imagination. We have one more game remaining for you today here for the PMPL Americas, and what will it be? Who knows? It's actually Erangel. What a surprise. We have Grunto, Kultu, Pittsburgh Knights, and Tempo Storm having gained themselves the wins already here for the day, and we're moving back onto good old Grassy Erangel 7. What do you think?
I want a better performance from Tempo Storm. I know they just got to win, but I want to see that back-to-back. All right? I want that back-to-back.
Better than first place.
The reason why I'm saying that is because right now, Tempo Storm and B4, even though B4 has 5 games more than Tempo Storm, they're currently tied with kills, 240 kills apiece. So that goes to speak volumes about Tempo Storm. And I wouldn't be surprised when all the games are done, if Tempo Storm is able to go ahead and continue the performance they're showing here today, and on top of that, get more kills and more wins, they could end up in that second place.
Yeah, they definitely could. And that is our overview once again of Erangel. We haven't seen a military circle for a little while. Where's our military circles gone, Degon? I was enjoying those. I still want my runway ending. I still want the chaos that is the runway ending of no cover and everybody having to, hopefully have UASs from either the barrel side or the plane side. What do you think about that, Degon? Huh?
I love military bases. A lot of that's when I play. That's where I drop. I drop military base and usually try to hit the C blocks just because there's a lot of great loot there, and then it forces you to fight. You're forced to fight. So the reason why I don't like melee-based circles is because I think a lot of people don't fight. There's a lot of like waiting around because they're like, yeah, you know what? I either have cover or we're wide in the open. We're just gonna heal it out. So we'll see where it goes.
You've got radar tower or the bunkers or the south wall, and then otherwise good luck, I suppose. And I guess you like military circuit. You're dressed in camo. You're dressed for the occasion. We should go there, but let's talk about as well the PMCO registration that is indeed open right now. So if you take a cheeky look at the link below, then you can sign up as well. Seven, I'm sure you have something to say about this.
I do, and this is for everybody that's always in the chat saying, man, I'm so much better than this player. I'm so much better than Beowulf, Sixless, the players at Cloud9, the players at Omen Elite. Now is your time. Now is your time to go ahead and put your money where your mouth is and show us if you can actually be here, because trust me, we have seen a lot of great talent come from this event, and people that are out there just try to get some team. See if you guys can maybe put up a performance, and who knows, maybe we'll see you at the next World League.
Yeah, or maybe Seven will see you on the battlefield. What do you think about that, Seven?
Hopefully not. I like that 0 kill challenge, right? Let me be. Let me be.
Forever 16th place. Let's take a look at the rewards that we can get going here as well.
Brutal.
I love this guy. I love him. You can get some rewards in-game as well if you're watching the PMPL Americas there too. So make sure to be watching there. Watch on Twitch. Watch on YouTube as well. How do you think you'd fare, Degon? I personally think I'll be on the same boat as Seven. I think I'll be in a solid 16th. You know, doing all right. What do you think?
I don't know about 16.
Yeah, I'm literally there just to go in and show off the rewards that I have. And, that's about it. You know, get all the timed reward show off that I can. Right?
Dude, you'll see me with my school shoes just striking a pose, baby.
Yeah.
Shoes first place in 0 kills.
And dropping in school, yeah. All right, well, it's time to go. See you very much, boys. We will go over to the commentators here now for Erangel once again. Snods and Dave coming back on in for their dose of Erangel. Mr. Alex, how about yourself? You up for some PMCO action, maybe? Hey? Little fun.
You know, I used to be pretty good with the AWP back in Counter-Strike, whip out those old skills again, but I'm going to have to try and transfer those into my fingers from a whole forearm. So that might be a little bit difficult, but maybe it could happen.
Maybe. Dave, I know you're one of the world's best, actually, I've heard from the other commentators.
Hey, I tried joining a team last time around. I said, I'm a good support, I'm a good driver, I'm a good scouter, and I could play the medic role extremely well. And unfortunately, I only had about like 2 different DMs, and I just had to ego them. Just not enough clout,
Okay.
So maybe this time around, if you're looking for that type of person, you know, like myself with the mustache, and, you know, I'm a good driver, hit me up.
All right, yeah, well, there you go. That's Dave's plug. All right, well, I'm going to teleport myself to that PMCO registration, and I'll see you in a few. Enjoy, boys.
Thank you. Dave, I've got to give it to you how serious you put across those trolls sometimes. It almost makes them believable, but you'd be a great addition to any team, I'm sure, as we found with the commentary team so far. It's been fantastic. And coming into the final game of today, Dave, of course, same narratives as before. We're really looking for that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th spot here at the PMPL Americas, because that's where the money is for some of these teams, because when you look at Loops, B4, almost guaranteed at Worlds, you know, they're going to have their chance at the lion's share of the 800,000, but it's the teams like Omen, it's the teams like Tribe that we're really keeping a keen eye on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, wildcard 8th place, Team Coretta for Cal, 9th place, Tribe, 10th place. So these teams definitely need to get that chicken dinner. And not only that, on average, like an interesting little, you know, fact, on average, teams that get chicken dinners, they average around 30 to 35 points, because that's with the chicken dinner and the kills. So looking at this game, they were asking for military circle here. It looks like, I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good. The plane is going to start on over military base. Team Coretta will be dropping on out and will be ending right on over South George. That's where Cloud9 like to drop.
Ooh, Mazex is going to be going towards Primorsk this time. Usually it's Grunto we see there, or sometimes X-Quest Gaming we go there after Potato Hill, but we're not going to be seeing them today. Instead, it's going to be a Northern Circle. Finally, we have one, Dave. We haven't had one of these. I don't think we've ever had. We always get the military bases, don't we?
Yeah. Wildcard, where you at? This is your
exactly.
game. This is your game. You need to go there to Severny. You need to loot it up, and you need to straight up chill and not get taken out in 16th place again.
Yeah, exactly. And for teams as well on the military island, you know, we're looking at Trem Caretta, B4, Omen Elite now as well, who are on that western bridge. It's a long rotation up north, but then again towards the eastern side, as we had a plane trajectory from the south that went towards the west. It means prison, shelter, mansion, Yasnaya. You know, there's no Alpha 7 in Yasnaya. There's no, well, for now, Tempo Storm and Pachinki, but they're making their way there now. Rozhok, obviously, Tribe is still getting there, and it seems like Wildcard Gaming have found vehicles, and they are making their way up towards, we imagine, Severny going forward. So for a lot of these teams, the east is going to be their port of call.
Yep. We're looking right now. Tempo Storm in Pachinki. It's going to be right on the southern tip of circle number 1. V4 in Novo. They're going to get that loot. They need to rotate on up to that eastern bridge most likely. Going to be interesting to see. Will Omen Elite, will they decide to kind of gatekeep that one, try to tally up some points, or will they focus on positioning this game? I mean, Omen Elite, 12th place so far, and I know we got two of the biggest fanboys right now on the desk, definitely cheering for Omen Elite. So, hey, maybe Omen Elite can take some of that good luck and get a chicken dinner here. Looks like Wildcard are going to be sending it, like you mentioned, to Severny. Call to. Going to be right next to Team Solid here in North George.
The big fear I have for teams such as Tribe or teams such as Omen Elite is they've played 54 games and they're still at that 10th to 9th mark. And, you know, you look at Wildcard Gaming now at 8th, they're 5 games ahead. Well, they still have 5 more games in terms of breathing room to make up that lead if they do fall out of the top 8. I mean, looking over as well, I mean, it's Trem Caretta as well, 49 games played. So in those 5 games, they can make up those 20 points unless things go horrendous for them. So for sides like Omen Elite and sides like Tribe, they can't allow it to come into the favor of other teams. You know, if other teams play bad in those 5 extra games, can we still make it? Instead, we have to see them really set the bar high, go for those wins, go for those kills, and take out the responsibility from those other teams and put it on your own shoulders.
All it takes is a chicken dinner, baby. That's all it takes. Give me that one chicken dinner to feed the fam for the night, and you are sitting up there. You're looking good. As long as you don't get no grease on your shirts, you should be good to go. Wildcard, Severny. All right, they got it. I mean, this is like the only squad pretty much in the northern half of circle number 1, considering that there's about 20% water to the north of that. So, you know who I'm looking at? I'm looking at our Pirates, looking for that booty Cream over here, looking to plunder the gold. Will they get into that boat and play that classic Cream? Why rotate using the water this game?
It'd be amazing to see, and if they did as well, they could try and get around the back of maybe shooting range or Sharky. We see B4 drop heavily towards Sharky if they can't get over towards Novo. But either way, as you said, this circle has a lot of water in it towards the north, so we're going to be expecting it to really center towards either shooting range, maybe south of Severny, maybe go east towards Yasnaya. Then again, Rozhok and that big river that cuts off half of this circle. Tribe are in a very important position in terms of gatekeeping and location.
Very important. I mean, they could pretty much loot up Rozhok, and you know, a lot of these teams, they 100% are aware that Tribe most likely going to still be in Rozhok. But the thing is, Tribe can set up and try to, you know, take some shots, try to get a couple knocks onto people trying to get that rotate. Luxy out here going to be spotting out Proza. Proza trying to get the shot, trying to get the one tap onto Luxy. Not able to do so.
Yeah, Team Solid, again, just struggling to find positions when they drop. They hot dropped, I'm not sure which team it was, maybe Alpha 7, I'm just guessing there from that last game. But either way, they had the exact same issue where they hot dropped on the location where there was 2 teams. They're the ones that lose that first player. Then it was down to Kevin and I think Proza, who just tried to go off by themselves. Then it was down to Kevin all by himself. And again, same narrative here as the 3 players from Team Solid. They are going to at least be towards Georgia Pulsar in a fairly... Actually, I'm just trying to double check. Yeah, they are actually still towards North Georgia Pulsar. They're inside the zone. Pittsburgh Knights are near them. C9 are near them. And Cream are also making their rotation. Not on boat this time. Actually in vehicles here coming up, well, South George.
Yeah, it's always Kevin. It's always Kevin. So we saw there just a second ago, Vit2K going to be looking down there with that DP on that bridge, you know, doing a little bit of scouting, seeing B4 make their way on out. And here comes Fran, pretty much taking the 1v3 right now onto Team Solid as their teammates try to, you know, regroup and try to help out here, get some points on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Cool tour. They don't know as of yet which team it is due to the fact that Proza wasn't dropped, so it wasn't there on the kill feed, but Either way, it seems like Kultura are thinking the risk is worth it to try and get control of North Georgia Pool, as Crimra Batiste are now going to be rotating through. So if Kultura do make the push and do make a lot of ruckus, we could be seeing a third party coming out from Cream as well if they want to join the fray.
Always with that Scar Uzi combo, will be going up there to that third story to get some good sightlines. Get some good sightlines and check out on that road. Always might have seen Kevin cross the road, but Luxy across the street, pretty much locked down with Proza right now. So Proza needs to come up with some type of plan. Are they going to take the fight? Are they going to camp it out and snake it out and try to get the surprise? Jagger over here doing some scouting for the squad of the Knights. Might have spotted out the rotate from Cloud9, but both of the teams avoiding each other right now. Not going to pop out, not going to do the drive-by, not going to take the shots. They're just looking for a spot.
Dave, it's too late. Uneven has already been killed off. I believe it was Jagger that got the kill. I didn't see it cleanly in the feed, but the point still stands. Cloud9 have lost a player early, rotating past shooting range. B4 rotating now as well, as it's Nunez who has Pedro in his iron sight. So I should have said a red dot, as it's a decent optical to have, although I'd much rather 4 times or 6 times in that scenario to go for that spray. But Pedro, he's going to be okay. Nunez missing the shots, but giving away their location. Ace1 are towards the southeastern side of the circle, so there's going to be more teams that have to rotate northern, such as Trem Caretta, who may also join Ace1 in their line of sight.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see that kill feed pop off here soon, especially with our squads. Team Solid. Oh, bridge camp. Oh, you gotta get those shots. No, popping out at the very end right there. Mitz just, driving on by, honking the horn, listening to that music, but they might have their second chance over here because not the whole team of Mezix crossed the bridge yet.
Oh my, they are just jumping ship here, trying to hop off the bridge as fast as they can. Emraz now just getting in the breaststroke, trying to keep up with the calories as Italox has the bridge literally on lock here. Although the Scar, actually the Scar is going to be a very strong weapon to have in this scenario. It has a decent optical as well, so we can try zoom in towards Vega and Gamma, who are still at the other edge of this bridge, although utilizing the third-party vision that they have. They can see that there's no one peeking them yet towards the bridge, but Mitz, well, he can't really catch a break here, can he? He was the first one to cross, and he had the mover's advantage in surviving, although the other 3 members are so far away from him, and Cream know exactly where Mitz is.
Yeah, I mean, Mitz catching B4 off guard last game. Looking to catch Nitsu off guard. Oh, looks like Koltu got a little greedy here, making the push across the road onto Team Solid, but Proza from the Harry Potter Tower. Gonna be tossing out some grenades right now.
Yeah, shooting out those awful spells as Fran was killed, Paolo's been dropped as well, and Luxy's onto fairly low HP as well, so he can try revive his teammate Paolo, but if he does, that's even more of a risk here for the side of Kultura, as the smoke will come out, try and allow for the vision to be denied for Fran. Ooh, and they get there just in the nick of time, so Paolo will be revived. Proza, if he was to push towards the right side, he'll be taking a big risk, but that risk could really pay off. Instead, though, takes the energy drink and then prepares himself for a future war.
Yeah, this is so cool. We never get to see this bridge kind of be in the heat of the battle. The Georgia Pool Bridge, it's going to be getting camped right now by Cream and Mezix. So there's pretty much 2 sides of this zone, and there's a line right down the middle where nobody's going to be. So you got South George, North George. There's a bunch of teams on top of each other. And then on the flip end of that, on the east side near shooting range, you got Tribe, you got the Knights, you got Tempo, you got Loops, you got C9. Pretty much the remainder of the lobby fighting for very little cover over there. But let's see. Call 2, like you said, they were able to get that revive, and now we got the reset, a 3v3. Call 2 versus Team Solid.
Yeah, finally now start to an even fight for Team Solid. As you said, a 3 versus 3, but still, I feel like this action is starting to taper off here. Both these teams squaring off to each other. They are still inside the zone, and with the next zone coming in about, a minute and a half, they're probably just going to wait out to see which team has to rotate first, because Team Solid, technically they're closer inside the center of the circle, so Kultur may be forced to rotate first if that situation does arise. However, towards the northeast of Severny, there is a lot of action. I think we're actually going straight to it, as well as this Alpha 7. Oh, running over B4. Mixzera doesn't get a chance to even have a fight.
Gotta look both ways before you cross the road, and Mixzera finding out firsthand right there. B4, they've been having a challenging night, a challenging evening when it comes to their rotations here. Always losing one every single time. So they have this convoy. Looks like they're going to be trying to send it a little more center We see Omen Elite also looking for some spot to call their own for the time being. Enigma by themselves right now, just bleeding on out. Nico might be baiting them.
Yeah, it feels like we have two sides to the story here. You've got North and South Georgia Pool, one cluster of team, and then you've got Severny with another cluster of teams. It's C9, Alpha 7, B4, obviously Mixera being run over. Alpha 7, the ones to be doing the running over. And Omen Elite, who are currently trying to see if they can finish off Wildcard Gaming. Enigma has been dropped, as you mentioned before. Slicky is there now to try and go for the revive. Nika will be going for a readjustment in terms of angles, so maybe there's a chance here for Enigma to try and get revive back up, but Nika can now come towards the flank. Angry as well can go towards the other flank, and they can try to deny the revive for Wildcard Gaming, because having control of Severny, well, it's going to be great for them, and the points as well is really needed for a team like Omen right now.
Really good smoke right there from Slicky as well to allow that revive, and great teamwork, great teamwork, because most of the time you just see a team kind of leave them out there like they're by themselves, they got knocked, oh well. But look at this, the next zone, shooting range right there on the east side. We've still got North Georgia in play. Team Solid are going to be the most centralized squad right now. Here comes the push. Cloud9 going to be trying to make their way on into shooting range. J7 connected on by Pyra.
Yeah, the rest of the Knights not near J7. He was the last player to rotate for the Knights, and C9, they're going to be taking full advantage of that revenge kill for the fact that Uneven was killed off at the start for C9 as Omen Elite now making the rotation, but they're going to be rotating in the gazing eyes of Pyra. They're though falling back, not going to be committing fully to the shots there as Omen Elite just trying to rotate inside this crazy new circle towards the western side as C9 eventually have to meet makers. Omen Elite are going to be in a better position inside the circle now. Look at all these teams rotating past C9. This just means C9 has to be really careful with their rotation, knowing how many teams are near them.
Yeah, and they're all going to be fighting for pretty much the same cover. You got the coast. There's a little smidge of the coast where there's a lot of rocks that you can kind of hide behind, you can prone, you can crouch behind, and it'll provide really good cover. And then a little further west, there's a cluster of buildings, a cluster of compounds right at the crossroads over there to the west. So a lot of these teams up in the north are going to be just sending it, trying to get what's left of the actual terrain that's available. And down there at North George, these squads cannot catch a break either. So this game, we're going to lose like at least 5 teams right now. I guarantee it.
And usually your predictions are pretty spot on. Trem Caretta, well, they may be the first team to go as Criminal Batista found them towards North Georgia Pool as Trem Caretta trying to rotate inside the circle on that bridge towards Georgia Pool that we saw earlier that Cream were guarding away from Mazexis. And Trem Caretta are actually going to be leaving that bridge and rotating all the way around north of Hospital as they really don't want to be hedging their bets versus Cream as Ace. Ooh, this isn't good for them. Omen Elite have found another team to try and play with as they have dropped Nunes, and now it's going to be Capus in the firing range as Nico still has the high ground to utilize. Ooh, Paralyze managed to get behind cover momentarily. Oh, that is a nice shot. Yeah, cool. How far away was that shot from us? Now Ace 1 are going to be completely fine. Omen Elite, well, they lose a player already.
And I was just going to say, like, this is my least favorite, type of compound on the map because you got that high ground where we saw Nico kind of overlooking that compound, just spraying them down. Like, okay, if Ace can make it on inside the compound, that's good. That's all gravy. But peeking the windows, you're extremely exposed out there to the west. But fortunate for them, they will get this next zone, so they can kind of bunker down. They can board up the windows and just go for placement points at this point in the game. B4 out there in the fields. You got Pedro looking down there onto Wildcard. I mean, a bunch of teams with not a lot of options right now, Alex.
Gosh, we're about 15 minutes into this one, and there's 16 teams alive, but you said it, this next circle should be eliminating half of them, and you can see why. I mean, you've got the Knights, Ace 1 here from Kultur. That's Paolo that finished off Nico from Omen Elite. These are the only teams inside the circle currently as Alpha 7 coming towards the eastern side, but they have to rotate past Loops. And following that, B4, Wildcard Gaming, and C9 all towards the northeastern side as B4 making a mockery there of a few teams. I believe it's Wildcard Gaming who are suffering right now towards the northeast, and then it's Loops here at the furthest east, just west of shooting range. As they're doing some damage as well as Wildcard Gaming, able to do some shots back onto Levi from B4. So this action here towards the east is paramount for these squads going forward.
Yeah, Loops, right on the cusp of this next zone. You see them, they got their DPs lock and loaded. That pizza gun, they are going to be spraying on every single vehicle they see making their way past. And we see Tribe out there in the distance as well, also right there on the smidge. All right, so this is what I was talking about. On the coast, there's a lot of nice little terrain to work with. But in the case of Wildcard, this next zone did not favor it. It actually shifted a little further down south. So Wildcard, they need to take out B4 before popping these vehicles and pushing a little further on into the zone.
Grunto making their rotation. Remember as well, they did win the first game on Erangel of the day. Loops finding Beowulf. He has been dropped, but he is still alive on the kill feed. So C9 fans out there, you can take a breath of relaxation. B4 though, they can't quite breathe. And that's because they're dead to the zone. Maxon's gone. Pedro, he is going to be the last player standing now for B4 to try and get a decent placement point here for the side. Of B4. But let's forget about that for now. It's Tempo Storm up against Grunto, as it's just down to 6less now. 3 players been dropped from Grunto. It's really the back of HH24 carrying the side of Tempo here with kills. Is going to be confirming them now as well. It's even more kill points for himself, as for the side of Grunto going forward, going to be left with just 6less and Sana. So they do lose Q and Ran in that excursion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good spot. You know, I 100% agree with Grunto attempting to take over that hill so that they can overlook a majority of this play zone. Unfortunate for them, HH was up there already locked and loaded with that Uzi. Nitsu taking shots onto Miraz.
Yeah, this is a skirmish now. There's 3 teams who are part of this one. Who have we got here? Grunto, Cream, Mazexis, Omen, all shooting off at the exact same point as Cream. Come up towards the top of the hill. They should be able to see 6less. Ooh, tongue twister there. Although he's probably having his own issues with communication inside that team. 16 teams remaining, 47 still up, but Unico, still, Ran is able to rotate across. Kultur, still in more action though, as Kevin drops from Team Solid. And this is one of those moments here, Dave, where you almost have to cast off the kill feed because there's just so much action going across the field.
Yeah, you got Loops just fragging out there in the east. You got Cream down here in the south taking shots onto Mezix. They're taking shots onto Omen. And, Team Solid, they are still alive. They're still alive here. They are taking the fight here. Pepe trying to toss some smokes, trying to get the revive onto Kevin. Can Pepe make it to Kevin? Kevin. Paulo has something else to say. Team Solid and Call2, they've been fighting since the very start.
They have been. Cream as well, they've been fighting so many squads. It seems like it's Mazexis now on the receiving end of these bullets. Scan up, and of course more players here from Cream, but they're going to be caught off guard. Not for long. Mazexis out in 15th, and it was actually Trem Coreto who taken out in 16th. That happened just away from our screens. As Team Solid, they can't really catch a break here, as Kultur, down to 2 players, want to have a piece of this pie, as Luxy chucks out the grenade behind the tree. Kevin, Pepe, they're lining up. Let's see, is he going to connect? And no.
I gotta say though, Team Solid. There's one on Kevin.
It lands. Kevin's down. Pepe though, let's see. Going over the top, has to find 2 kills. Paolo's been dropped immediately now. It's a 1 versus 1 between him and Luxy. Proza. Hey, Kultura out. Team Solid have won. 20-minute fight. 3 versus 4. Team Solid are taking out Kultura. Fair play.
Hey, they took out Call2, all right? They accomplished something here. They got 4 kills, and they're going to be down there in the south with nobody near them for at least the time being. As I say that, Tribe, they are going to be making the rotate down south, so they might run into Team Solid. This is crazy. Tribe, they're USB peppered. The vehicle explosion. HH24 getting 2 of them right there.
Wow, it feels like Tribe are scared to go for fights. The old Tribe from week 2 would have turned around and tried to go for that fight versus Loops, not realizing who it was. As they're out in 12th. C9, out in 12th. There's actually a 13th finish there for Tribe. Oh dear, it's more of the same for Tribe. That issue where they either go out early or they go out in the mid portion of the game with a lot of kills. We need to see Tribe hit those later zones. Phase 6, Phase 7, finish top 5, top 3, and have a high amount of kills, because right now it's one or the other.
This is that comp I was talking about earlier on. Tempo, they are just going to crash this one right now. And my fear, how long until Loops, they get that third party? HH24, immediately the one-tap dirt nap.
Yeah, Nunes there with some amazing firing from him. Tempo out in 11th. Cream, gosh, they're in more fights. First it was Mazexis, and now who is it? Grunto? Have they just eliminated Grunto? Yes, they have. The 2 remaining players, Sana and 6less, both killed by players from Cream. Now at 7 kills. And they still have 4 players remaining, and they're inside the zone. And going forward for Cream, this is going to be a very strong game for them because we saw what happened with C9. One big chicken dinner and they rose up the ranks. So we're waiting to see which team does it next. Maybe it's going to be Cream.
Tempo. Oh, here comes the push now. Cream trying to gatekeep Omen Elite. Can they do it, Alex?
Yeah, really good distraction there, Juicy. Managing to find and catch out two of the players now. Scandal's going to be dropped as well. More shots landing from the side of the M4 of Juicy. And these shots are Juicy in and of itself, spreading out that blood all over the floor here. And for Nitsu, well, he's going to try and revive Scandal as Nitsu. Oh, dear.
Angry's trying to go for the run.
Yeah, I know. Angry coming through the smoke. No, going to be hopping out. Has the M4 in hand. Switches out for the micro easy. This is CQB. That's why Revive coming in and Angry. Well, he could be leaving Cream really furious here if he... Ooh, catches them unaware because that grenade is perfect. Interlocks. Oh, ties up his laces. Gets away, but it's a Scandal who's dropped again immediately after being revived. As more grenades going to be joining the party, going over the top of the hill. As this is just Angry, remember. One player downing two players here from Cream who already have 7 kills. As for Omen, Angry, the last remaining player here, he actually did just have Juicy die. So Angry now in a 1 versus 3 here versus Cream. The Scandal will be revived.
I mean, this is huge right here. Cream, they need to take out Angry so that they can have a nice little piece of the zone over there. In the kill feed just moments ago, Loops and the Knights were tossing grenades back and forth at each other. Loops with 6 kills, still with 4 up right here. Raven is on fire. The roof is on fire for sure. And oh, there goes Raven at the hands of Becker's grenade.
Ouch. Pittsburgh Knights finish in 8th as the... Oh, Omen Elite finish in 7th. So Angry doesn't finish off Cream. Cream still have 3 players alive as going forward. Wildcard Gaming, similar affair. 3 players standing for them, but they're going to be inside the new zone. There's only 3 teams inside the zone. It's Alpha 7 with 1 player inside it. It's Cream and it's Wildcard Gaming. So for Ace 1, for Loops and for B4, although B4 only 1 player standing, they have to still get inside the zone. And well, it seems like Pedro might not be left long on this earth as he is going to be died. Yeah, he's going to be killed, sorry, as he does die to the blue zone. So now we're down to 5 teams and only 14 players. So for the side of Alpha 7 and 2 players, it's also 2 as well for Ace 1 as they're going to be trying to rotate now and catching a few of the players from Loops in the open. Wildcard Gamer, though, they rotated first. They have the best position now as Carillo unable to try and get out of that awkward situation he was left in. And now for Becker, the second to last player remaining for the side of Loops. Kowalski is dropped as well, remember. So for Becker, he's just trying to get towards his drop teammate. He is going to get there in time. Quinn may have lines of sight here to try and finish off Loops, but no, he will be alive for now. There's actually 2 players for Alpha 7. I didn't realize it was 2 players, and neither did Loops as they go out in 5th.
Flaky gaming right now, for real. I mean, using this UAS for the perfect cover, you know, taking shots through that window, inflicting so much damage onto Loops. Now we're down to just 4 teams. Cream, they have also been just fighting out there on the west side. 9 kills so far. Midtech popping up real quick, taking down Ace 1 right there. Ace 1 not going to be getting that chicken dinner here. So we got Wildcard, they got 3. We got Alpha 7, they got 2. And then we got Cream with 3. And this is the end here. Cream going to be favored once again. They just need to make sure that these other squads on the outside of the play zone, they're going to have a challenging time, you know, pretty much making on in. And that's why we started to see Cream kind of fan out, try to spread and assert their dominance here in this final zone.
Yeah, it seems like it may be the final one as the only team inside the new zone is Cream. They had it favorable for them, and for Wildcard Gaming, they're the furthest away from the zone. And for Alpha 7, whoa, that is a nice shot there from Escanor. Wildcard Gaming feeling the heat. This is perfect for Alpha 7. They can just wait patiently, see if Cream can finish off Wildcard Game and then allow for themselves to have a 2 versus 3 and try and fight for that chicken dinner. Although, Aesor going to be revived by Spring, so he will be seeing Autumn. No. Crate in the middle, far too risky for any of these teams to go for. Instead, they're going to opt for the smokes to come out. Aesor actually not being able to revive the blue zone, going to be killing him. So it's 2 players for Alpha 7, 2 players as well for what? Oh no, he was actually dropped again. So maybe they can try to revive him for that second time. No. Cream are going to take that kill. I think they're at 10 kills now, so this is an amazing game so far for them as they are the heavy favorites going forward.
Yeah, and Cream, they need this chicken dinner so badly. Coming into this game, they're in 11th place, and they're exactly 32 points behind getting on into 8th place. So they need the dub. They got 10 kills so far. They still got 3 up. Nitsu going to be just spraying down the grass out there onto Wildcard, currently using the hay bales, using the care package as cover right now. Midtech tossing some grenades onto Cream right now, trying to spoil their dreams in the final game of the evening.
Oh, Mitek is dropped. Now it's down to Abdul. Abdul towards the western side there of Kremrul Batiste, as now they know there's only one player standing for the side of Alpha 7. Maybe they can try and deal with and quell Wildcard Gaming, who are just further back in the zone, as the HE grenades are going to come piling onto the players from Cream. Goes a little bit too deep though, but at least the shrapnel's going to land onto Italok, so that's some damage, but it does give away the position of Abdul as another grenade comes in. Nitsu, woo! 40% HP for him, but Mitek has been finished off by Slicky. Wildcard Gaming with the kill still. So as you said, for Cream, they need a high 30-point game. This is the moment they were waiting for. They can't let it slip here to either Wildcard Gaming or Abdul, as Abdul taking more damage from the zone. The new zone's here. It's actually favoring Wildcard Gaming. Maybe, just maybe there's a chance now as Cream. They had the zones favoring them all up until now, so we have to see what they're really made of.
The thing is, Wildcard, they've been tossing some smokes just to get to this point in the game, and they are right on the edge of that blue zone. They have a hay bale and a burnt out UAZ and nothing else. If they need to push on out from their current position, it is straight open fields. There is no cover. There's another hay bale about 50 meters away, but they're going to be peppered just trying to get to there. So really, Abdul, can they play spoiler right now onto Cream? That's the story.
We saw it from Azexis in the last game to allow for Tempo Storm to have the win. Maybe deja vu here if Abdul can try and throw a span in the works against Cream and allow for Wildcard Gaming to be gifted the chicken dinner. Although this is all hyperbole and hypothetical.
Oh, there's one!
Abdul, here we go. Pulls the trigger. That's a scandal going to be confirmed as well. Now a 2 versus 3. If it does go down, that's so much damage onto Nitsu. Wow, 1 HP is all he has left, and now it's a 2 versus 3. No, sorry, a 2 versus 2. Slicky and Spring, the double S duo here, as they actually are going to be using that 1 smoke and 1 hay barrel, but it's to their advantage. But are they aware of the sneaking, slithering Italok's there towards the left of your screen, as Nitsu's here towards the right? He will be forced out, though, into the open. Maybe Italox can go for the trade kills onto Slicky and Spring. Oh, it's really a game of cat and mouse here. What comes first? There you go. Italox finds Spring. Now it's all down to 1. Slicky, 1 versus 2. 2 players from the side. It's going to be caught as well. The hay barrel not going to be a favorable position for cover. And there you have it. Wildcard Gaming eliminated. Kremrul Batiste. How many is that? 10, 12, 13 kills, 33 points, Dave. Right on the money.
Yeah, I mean, huge game from them, and it kind of all started when they decided to camp the Georgia Pool Bridge and really try to catch B4 off guard. And then after that, you know, there was about 5 different squads in Georgia Pool, and Cream, they just kept fighting every single buddy over there. I mean, they took out Omen, they took out everybody that was in Georgia Pool, and for them to get this win, like I said, they were 32 points behind breaching into that top 8, if I'm not mistaken, so huge performance from the squad.
James, we spoke about it the whole week, really. We're waiting for either Trem, Cream, you know, those kind of teams to have that big performance similar to Cloud9. Do you think that was it for Cream? Are we going to be seeing them on the rise now?
I would like to hope so. The cream rises to the top, as they say, you know. Of course, that was terrible. Dave, looking at how things actually play out there, though, Kremrul Batiste getting themselves decent rotations into those circles. There can be difficult circles to deal with. I think that Wildcard moved just at the right time to try and deal with it, as, you know, the spoiler actually went down, but Cream holds out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Wildcard, they played it perfect right there. They heard the shots from Abdul. They saw the kill feed start to pop off. And Wildcard, they had, like, no cover to get to, at least in a safe manner. So they pushed up right in the perfect time. But, you know, deciding to go for that snaking strategy instead of that aggressive play to take out the rest of Cream, that might have been the downfall right there. All
right. Well, thank you very much, Shents. Go and enjoy the rest of your day as we now head over to 7 as well as Digon here to talk to us about this last Erangel. Kremrul Batiste, Digon getting themselves the chicken dinner. And they're one of the teams that's in contention to try and push themselves up to that top 8.
Yeah, coming into the day was Omen Elite and Kremrul Batiste with the games in hand and the opportunity to move on up. And you're seeing 2 different teams going in 2 different directions. And actually, funnily enough, met head-to-head there as we were getting close to the final couple circles. But it's huge for Krem to get this win. And this is a team that has really changed their fortunes from when they qualified into PMPL. And we got to see them in scrims, and they looked not great. They were inconsistent, and now finding some consistency here in the end and making a big push to those 8 teams that are currently on the cusp.
Yeah, and we've been keeping our eye on them, 7, or our spyglass, depending on if you're a pirate watching them sail into the distance. distance. They've been a team that we've kind of, been cheering on slightly because of their kind of outside the box thinking when it comes to rotations and the difference that they're playing relative to a lot of the lobby. And, this one wasn't too dissimilar from the rest of the lobby, but it works out all the same for them.
Yeah, and they are being a little bit more aggressive. I remember we started pretty much focusing on them a lot more when they did that boat rotation in Sandhawk. And ever since then, we kind of started seeing them more own their play style. They know they're a passive team, so they started doing that even more. And on top of that, now they're getting kills. I don't remember off the top of my head how many kills they got on this match, but being able to go ahead and hold off Omen Elite when Juicy and Angry was gunning for them, that was huge alone. And Esconor at the end, I'm surprised he was not able to see the Alpha 7 player, but luckily for him, his teammate had his back. He was right there. He was playing. He was hiding in the bush. Exactly.
A little poking out at the back. Yeah, let's take a look at the map ranking coming in here and see how many points that they were able to get themselves up towards the top, along with all the other teams getting themselves some juicy points. It's going to be 33 smackaroonies here for Creme Real Betis, and we have a Wildcard Gaming getting themselves 20. Alpha 7, 18 points, and loops. Jeez, can you guys just calm down for a brief moment in this tournament, please? But 14 points going their way. Digon, what do you make of it overall?
Yeah, the Creme Real Betis win, obviously huge, but I think even more important is the team that they're trying to catch in Wildcard finally resuscitating back to life after maybe 7 points in the first 4 games. They get themselves a game that they're proud of. It wasn't huge in terms of kills with only 6, but you could see the way the S brothers, it was Spring and Slicky there at the end, played that one a little slower, more controlled to get maximum amount of points in.
Absolutely, and we have 9th through 16th as well here. Not too much coming in aside from Pittsburgh Knights and Omen Elite getting themselves the 6 pointers here at the very top. A little bit of a dip for Cloud9 towards the end of the day here, 7, but I mean, they've come off the back of 2.5 days of amazing PUBG mobile play, so I think we can forgive them a little bit considering how far they've gone up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think ever since those 2 days that they had, the performances that they had, I think they were able to afford just a little bit of an off day here. Even though they had, at the start of this day, they had back-to-back second places. So it's just 3 games so far from them that they kind of haven't done so well. But they're able to afford that cushion, and not like other players that we've seen, other teams that we've seen like PK. They need to go ahead and step it up. Tribe Gaming, that's one team that really needs to go ahead and step it up because they're currently, I believe they're currently in 9th place, actually 11th place. So they need to step it up even more. Do something along the lines of what Creme Real Betis has done. Listen, we gave them feedback. They needed to get more kills, and guess what? They went ahead and showed up with 13 kills. That is really impressive, especially from that team that is used to playing so passive.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. 1,700 damage coming in for them with the 13 kills after the 7 knockouts. So a few steals here and there. And going into those field situations, steals can become kind of commonplace, Digon. Obviously, with it is sometimes difficult to get the follow-up thirst on some people here throughout these kind of moments.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not worth getting that one finishing off the kill. So if you're the one that has position, which I would say Wildcard and Creme Real Betis, those were the 2 teams that worked their way in and were both made the play early and circle blessed. Whenever it's a field game, you always have to get circle blessed. And they were able to peek over some little bumps and ridges and edges to pick up some kills. And in Wildcard's case, it was the UAS blown up and the hay bales that they had.
Not too bad at all. Here's the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here for our final game of the day on Erangel, of course. So, with the circle being how it was, we saw a lot of teams having to try and rotate up towards that north spot. Some went earlier than others. I liked Omen Elite's spot for a lot of this 7, but it was not to be for Omen Elite.
Yeah, I liked some of the stuff they were doing, but I just didn't like the split they had. At one point, I think they had like a 2-1-1, which just didn't end up working out at all. And Nico actually ended up fighting, I don't remember exactly who it was. I think it might have been Ace or somewhere completely different, but he ended up fighting them by himself, and then he got third party from the back, where his teammates could not just back him up at all. And then the push from Omen Elite at the end as well. Hopefully we'll be able to see it here as Creme is currently taking on some fights, pretty much trying to fend off people, and Loops taking on some fights there with PK. Let's see if maybe we're able to see it. So Creme was just chilling, and Omen tried to sneak up on him, but it didn't go their way. But overall, I think great games for Wildcard, great games for Creme Real Betis. Teams that needed this kind of games, and they were able to finally show up.
cheeky little shots through the windows of some of those USs towards the back end of this game as well. And that's kind of important in these field endings, right, at Digon, when you've got actual vehicles that you can still work with, create some artificial barriers for yourself in a place where there isn't really that much cover.
Yeah, and yes, but I think it was Seven. You were saying this while we were watching the end there. You're like, wow, this actually has a lot of terrain in such a very small spot, which led to the holdup. This one specifically, and I thought it was a really cool way to end a map where it's like, hey, look, now it's no longer just the manufactured terrain that you have.
Yeah.
There's actually a little bit more space that you can work with. So when the first knock came through against Crème Royale Betis, Wildcard pushed on in, and there was still a little bit of a diagonal hill that they could work through.
All right, here's the damage coming in. What do you think about all that, Seven? I mean, the thing is that, as Digon is saying here, he likes kind of the, not necessarily a flat field ending, just kind of the little hills and bumps that were in there. And it did afford some teams, a bit more of comfort regarding the circle.
Oh, definitely. And I think as Digon mentioned, it's something that I mentioned too when we were watching that game. It caught me by surprise just how that little space had so much terrain change. And it ended up working in the favor overall for Crème Royale Betis. But for me, honestly, I thought it was going to be Wildcard that was going to end up winning that game, especially once the Alpha 7 player knocked the Crème Royale Betis player. I thought Wildcard was going to go ahead and push off a lot more. But what they ended up doing instead is they got comfortable. They pushed up to a certain extent, and then they found a spot where they felt comfortable with, and then they stayed. And then Crème Royale Betis, meanwhile, they were trying to find different angles because they were not able to see the Wildcard player. So overall, maybe poor execution a little bit there from Wildcard, and Crème Royale Betis, just full credit to them.
Yeah, full credit. And you saw as well, Loops were able to do tons of damage as well when it comes to them here in this lobby. Let's take a look at the analysis highlights, and I guess Digon has this. I don't know. Digon, do you have this, or is it Seven?
I think
whichever one it is going to go ahead and be here at the Temple. My boy,
Okay.
HH24, taking on 2 players from Grantil. And keep in mind, his teammates weren't going to go ahead and back him up here. This was all him. He was able to go ahead and knock one person. Ran, tried to go up on him, and HH24 told him, slow down there, cowboy. Not, you got the wrong person here. Look at him. And the best thing from them is that HH24 not only had the Uzi, which is a close-range weapon god, but on top of that, he had the height advantage and the UAC, so it worked wonders there for them. And Digon, please talk to me here. What happened, which we were both laughing in the back.
Oh, this was so crushing because you love the play that Angry did. He took the vehicle and swung right on in to the smoke. And that nade, if he would have just cooked it a little bit longer, he was sitting on possibly a triple kill. And because he didn't cook the nade there, Crème Royale Betis finish him off, escape, and then find themselves all the way here in this final circle where they're able to be extra patient against Wildcard and catch this one out here at the very end.
And I think right there you were able to see perfect what I was talking about, that Wildcard just got a little bit complacent. They got too comfortable on that spot. Meanwhile, the Crème Royale Betis players, they had one distracting them, and then they had another one just kind of snaking around and getting the different angles. So great play overall there for Crème Royale Betis.
Yeah, definitely. Love those flanks. Love those cheeky flanks as well. Just kind of snaking on around and finding yourself a nice cheeky angle. Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see just how much Loops is in the lead, because right now they are bombing it. We have 683 points ahead of the 619 here from B4, Rey Mysterio. We have Cloud9 here in 3rd place. You like that one? You like
I enjoyed that one. It's been so long since I heard that reference too. Oh, that caught me. GG's.
Yeah, I do what I can. Cloud9 in 3rd place here with the 563 points coming on into. But all 3 of those teams, of course, Digon, have played their 55 matches. So there are a few teams just below them that are looking to strike out at some of those top spots.
Yeah, I think Loops now has this one done and dusted. The battle that is actually interesting is now what's going on in 2nd place with B4, Tempo Storm, and Cloud9, because Tempo Storm has 5 games in hand. Also, we didn't get to see XQ Gaming. And then that 8th place push is so interesting because you've got teams that have played 55 matches, like Tribe and like Omen, but then you've got a couple teams, like a whole bunch. I think there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in between 5th and 10th that have only played 50 games. So they have 10 games in hand, and it's just very, very close. So for me, this was the judgment day for teams like Tribe and teams like Omen, and I think they fell flat. And unless there's a miracle where there's multiple chicken dinners won by only one of those teams, we might not be seeing Tribe and Omen Elite in World League.
Maybe. And I mean, across 80 games, you kind of ironed out who really truly deserves to be there as well, right, Digons? Across 80 matches overall across the lobby. So that is kind of how this is going to go down. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here for today. It's been a stellar day once again, and we are going to be going on a short hiatus tomorrow. We're not here. I'm not making the same mistake again. I'm not saying it's our next day tomorrow. I'm just keen to get into the games, keen to get into the days. So we're not here tomorrow. However, we will be back the day after, same time, same place, for more PMPL action. So make sure to tune into that here for the Americas as things are getting close. We're down to the wire. Loops is very much ahead at the top. We'll see who's going to be getting those top 8 spots for World League as well. We'll see you then.
We'll be right back.